No, no, I mean, I do see the water bottle on this.
Not over here.
No, not over there.
So, testing 1, 2, Amy?
Testing 1, 2. Should I go closer?
Yeah, pull it. Okay. What is it?
Yeah, this is.
No. In 12 minutes. Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. The Black Business Selective Summit will be starting in about 12. My name is Amy Thompson. I'm the CEO of Creative Allies. And Creative Allies will be your host for this event today. I wanted to take a few minutes just to set the stage for what we're going to be hearing, who we're going to be hearing from, and the things I'd like you to take away from this event. I do appreciate, though, as we're all small business owners and entrepreneurs, taking the time to educate yourself and professionally develop yourself to become better at running a business and hopefully growing your business. So let me give a little bit of background on why we're doing this. One of the things as entrepreneurs is that you always kind of going, right? You focus on getting money in your business, you focus on your employees, etc. Sometimes you don't take a moment to develop yourself. Take a course, listen to experts, and that's really important to become better at what you do, better at growing the business. So we decided to create this meeting to just that other people like us. I've been running Creative Allies for about 3 years now, and it's just been lesson after lesson, day after day, of how to become better at being a business leader. And so we have folks that have shared with us, folks that we have taught as well, and we want to be able to create an environment where there's that learning, that collaboration, and that education. And that's why we really created this event. The other reason that was really important to me is that a lot of the events I see and the network that I see are a little bit siloed. And so what we wanted to do was try to have something that incorporated people from different parts of the state. One of the things that we're here in the tri area, we don't have that much opportunity to interact with people in the eastern part of the state, western part of the state, or just in other locations. And it's always great to meet folks, meet leaders, etc., and being able to network with people that are outside your circle and outside your immediate location. So now that I've told you why we're doing this event, let me tell you what you're going to hear. There are quite a few things, obviously, on how you grow your business, but there are 5 that we're going to cover today. The first is going to be mindset. And so a lot of people, you've grown into entrepreneurship in your family, and there's definitely a difference in being an employee and running a business. And you have to make sure you have the right mindset, that you think the right way in order to be successful. So we'll talk about mindset. The second thing we'll talk about is funding, right? How do you get money in your business? That's something that is a struggle for Black entrepreneurs and also female entrepreneurs. And so we're going to hear from some really great financial experts to talk about the options that you have, what you need to think about in order to make sure your business is ready for funding, and how do you go about finding funding. So that's an important aspect as well. The next is going to be sales. And this is going to be really interesting, but as an entrepreneur, you are also a salesperson. That's something I had to kind of learn the hard way. Whether you like it or not, you are in sales to run a business. So we're going to have a segment and have some sales experts talking about that. Marketing is the area where I'll be back and talk a little bit more, but we also have some great entrepreneurs to really just talk about the basics of marketing and communication, how you brand your business and set yourself apart from competition. And then we're going to close out, we're talking about money, and we're going to focus on money management. Because let's say you have the right mindset, say you understand how to sell, you understand how to market your business, and you're lucky enough to get funding, you have to know how to manage your money. You've got to be prepared to, let's say, the impact of COVID, for example. You've got to be prepared for maybe 1 or 2 months of lower revenue. And so how do you make sure that you're thinking about the future, you're not just thinking day-to-day when it comes to money? So those are the things that we're going to hear about today. And I would encourage you as far as a takeaway. Think about actionable things that you can take away from each of our speakers. You're going to hear great guidance, great wisdom, and great expertise, but try to take one thing away from each person that you hear, something you can do in the next 30 to 45 days to help your business. Don't want to create an event that's just, oh, this is good information, and then you just go about your business. You really want people to provide you with actionable things. So that would be my challenge for you as you watch through this summit, is find one thing from each speaker that you can take away and implement in your business in the next 30 to 45 days. Now, before we get into our first speaker, I wanted to thank NC Idea, provided a grant for us to have this event. We're really excited to have been a part of the grant process. We're going to hear from Shannon, who's going to talk about Black Entrepreneurship Council that was started by NCID last year. And what I would say is NCID is a private foundation here in North Carolina. They focus heavily on making sure that startups and entrepreneurs have the education, but also funding needed to help their businesses grow. If you've not heard of or not familiar with NCID, I encourage you to go to their website, ncid.org. I will make a shameless plug once I'm about it. Just need to find that website. And we launched earlier this month, so I'm very proud of that. But it's a great organization to become familiar with if you're not familiar with already. But earlier this year, they opened up an opportunity for grants to Black businesses, and we were lucky enough, I believe 14 others to receive that grant. And that enables us to hold this event free of charge so we can educate other Black entrepreneurs in our state. So we're very thankful for that, and have Shannon Henderson, who is here, going to talk to you just a little bit about her organization, as well as her role in the Black Entrepreneurship Council. And just to welcome you to our event today.
And I am the owner and Chief Content Officer of Content Commanders in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Content Commanders is a storytelling and strategy company that specializes in adding more power, personality, and perspective to your digital, print, and social messages. I am delighted to be here on behalf of my company and to also represent NCID's Black Entrepreneurship Council. The Black Entrepreneurship Council has 25 members and was formed by NCID in September of 2020 to further propel their commitment to entrepreneurship, but specifically to Black entrepreneurship across the state of North Carolina. One of the ways that the Council supports Black entrepreneurship is through the BEC Ecosystem Grant. The Ecosystem Grant is awarded to Black-led organizations which have products or services that further help to support Black entrepreneurship. Additionally, the Council helps to support Black entrepreneurship through the BEC Engage Grant. These grants are given to Black-led organizations to allow them to host and facilitate events specifically for Black audiences. I am honored to nominate Creative Allies for the BEC Engage Grant. Furthermore, I am excited that they are a recipient of the BEC Engage Grant for 2021. It is imperative for organizations to develop more Black-focused initiatives and opportunities. We are a multi-talented, highly skilled, and highly competent group who adds a lot to many industries and sectors. As a Black entrepreneur, I know that it can be challenging to run a business and manage the day-to-day tasks. Additionally, as a Black entrepreneur, it seems like those challenges can multiply. I encourage you to wake up every day and pursue the idea that brings you prosperity. Additionally, continue to create solutions to complicated problems. I encourage you to overcome the obstacles that are meant to be setbacks for you, and I encourage you to continue to develop the business ideas that will create legacies for you, your family, and your community. On behalf of Content Commanders and on behalf of NCID's Black Entrepreneurship Council, I am wishing you, the highly skilled, highly talented, highly competent, revenue-generating businesses that form the Black Business Collective, much success and prosperity on this day and always. Thank you.
That's right.
They go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're back in.
So thank you so much, Shannon, for those words, and also for nominating us for the grant. So what I wanted to talk about next a little bit was collaboration. Collaboration is another part that is really important in running a small business. And so it looks like we might have a little bit of technical difficulty. So we're going to go ahead and let you hear from some of our ambassadors. and they're going to just welcome you and introduce themselves for our event.
My name is Hassan Pinto. I'm the Senior Vice President of Business Development for Creative Allies. In addition, I'm the Managing Partner for Greatest Fan LLC. So some of you ask, why entrepreneurship? Well, for me, when I was 13 years old, I received a book from my dad called Why Should the White Guys Have All the Fun by Reginald Lewis. I read the book and it just showed me how an African American like myself could create a company and take it to $1 billion market cap. And it wasn't about the money that inspired me. It was about the journey. It was about knowing, do you have the right stuff, or did I have the right stuff to bring fascinating products and services to the world? The reason why I wanted to be part of the Black Business Collective and this summit is I wanted to share my journey with other entrepreneurs. So I want to tell you guys, thank you for coming. Thank you for being a part of this. And let's set the world on fire with entrepreneurship and Black entrepreneurship. Enjoy the summit.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Austin, and I am the CEO of Black Girl Group, and I am based in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. One of the greatest disparities that I've faced as a Black entrepreneur in North Carolina is not having access to some of the amazing resources that this state has to offer. Since joining the Black Business Collective, I've been able to connect with entrepreneurs from across this state in order to unlock some of those doors to resources that otherwise I would never have access to.
Greetings. Good day, everyone. My name is Johnny Hackett, the CEO of the Black Dollar Corp, hashtag Black Dollar NC Directory, and Black Friday Market, the department store. And I wanted to support this collective because anytime you get an opportunity as an entrepreneur to come together as an entrepreneurship community, especially Black entrepreneurs, you want to take it and be able to learn from each other and hear what other folks are doing, best practices and different things like that, and just overall networking. I think that's how we get to where we're going on each of our entrepreneurship journeys. So what it means to me to be a Black entrepreneur in NC means everything. Being able to give other entrepreneurs an opportunity through the type of industry that we have and the role that I have. So being able to support and lend a hand to other Black entrepreneurs, other small business entrepreneurs, minority-owned businesses, that's good for me.
All right, thank you for kind of your patience with us a little bit with some of our technical difficulties. But what I wanted to talk about before we heard from those ambassadors was really just collaboration. Collaboration is one of the other things that is so important when you're running a business. When we started to plan this event, one of the first things we thought about was who could we collaborate with? You don't really get a lot of success on your own. It's about finding the right partners, finding the right people to connect with, etc. So the couple of ambassadors that you heard from just a moment ago really helped us plan the event, helped us promote the event, helped us find the speakers for the event, etc. We have a few more ambassadors as well, but you'll hear from them throughout this event as some of them are speakers. And so I just wanted to point out that that's another really important aspect of running your business is finding people that you can partner with, other business owners, finding organizations that maybe offer something complementary to you that you can partner with. And that's really it's not something we're going to go into a lot of detail later today, but it is something that's really important I want to touch on. An important part of being a successful entrepreneur is having the right mindset. Mindset is easy to overlook because it may not be directly correlated to money or clients. Understanding entrepreneurial mindset is something we will touch on today. Having the right mindset is at the core of everything we do as entrepreneurs. When you have the right mindset, you think differently, you solve problems creatively, you see things positively, and you know that failure and fear are just a part of your journey. Having the right mindset is key. Today, we're going to hear from our very first speaker to talk to you about the entrepreneurial mindset. Let me take just a moment to introduce you to Keisha B. Spivey, representing Rocky Mount. Keisha B. Spivey leads Ripple Effects Group, a nonprofit organization committed to breaking generational cycles of desperation and hope.
Good morning, and welcome to today's summit. I'm so excited to be able to share with you. As I got the opportunity to talk about an entrepreneurial mindset, everything about me wanted just to have a chat. I just wanted to talk with you. But what I quickly discovered is when you are a small business owner, chatting isn't not necessarily on your agenda. You want to be taught. You want to be given the tools and the resources that you need so you can take your business from where it is and get to the next level. As we talk about entrepreneurship, I've been operating as a business owner since I was 10 years old. My dad played baseball, and so all the kids were out there catching foul balls, and kids were playing hide and seek, and I saw an opportunity. So I set up an ice cream stand. I made money while they were having fun. I was into creating some funds. And so at 10 years old, my mind was on things that mattered. My mind was on different aspects of how I could make some money. So I was really committed to shifting problems into possibilities. I was looking for ways to see needs as nothing but seeds, and ways to shift the obstacles and to keep my mind on opportunities. So fast forward 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and you find me doing the exact same thing in a different avenue. I may not be marketing the same product. I'm not selling ice cream anymore, but it's still backed by the same thought process. Today I get the joy of talking to you about having that entrepreneurial mindset. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about hustle. I'm not talking about grind. All which of those are very essential. They're all necessary. However, they are looking to get you to the next level. What you need is a mindset. You need a mentality that sets you up for success and is able to take you beyond what you're dealing with today to go the distance. You need a mindset that's beyond circumstances. You need a mindset that's disciplined through distractions. You need a mindset that is focused on success. I'm going to say something right now that might grab you the wrong way, but it's true. Entrepreneurship is not a career. It's a lifestyle choice. When you decide to be an entrepreneur, you're making a decision to live your life a certain way. When you work as an employee for a company, they give you a handbook and then you're expected to follow it. They give you the company playbook and they tell you what they expect from you. You get a job description that outlines what they believe is required for you to be successful in the job that they have for them. You show up every day in the environment that they create with the activities that they have given you in a position to set you up for what they believe should be success. It's kind of like they give you a Heinz milk box, and you're supposed to add the water and the egg, and you put that thing is sliced and circled. But it's not like that as an entrepreneur. That's not the case with your business. It's not the case when you're writing the manual of how to, when, where to. It's not the case when you're in an on-the-job training course. You're the teacher and the student at the same time. So it takes a different set of thinking. When you're an entrepreneur, you're required to think differently than an employee. You're required. There's no way you can be successful without having a different thought process. And the only difference between you running a successful business and you having a side hustle is your mindset. Is your mindset. Your mind matters. How you think matters. Businesses don't thrive unless you do. As an entrepreneur, you create the playbook. You literally going out the gate, you might have 10 to 12 different job descriptions that you have every single day that you're juggling at the same time. There are some days where you literally have to change outfits to adjust to fit the role that's before you. As an entrepreneur with a company of small business, there's not a job too big, there's not a job too small. You have to be committed to simply get the job done. Well, we're having a couple technical issues, so we're going to pause for a moment because here's the thing. This is some good stuff we're talking about. So we'll be back in a minute.
Testing one, two, three. And the sound. We're about to be back live soon. Testing one, two, three. We're about to be live. Thank you so much for being patient with us as we get through the technical difficulties.
Before starting again, we want to do another sound test, and we appreciate you being patient with us as we work through these details. So testing 1, 2, 3. If you guys could put in the chat if you can hear how the sound is coming through before we get started. Everything good? Again, we want to thank you for your patience as we're working through some of these technical difficulties. You know you can't be bringing the type of information that this organization is bringing today without a couple of hiccups. So I do ensure that if you hang with us throughout today with the teachers and the lineup that they have, that today will be worth your time and your patience. So I'm going to kind of pick right back up where I left off. And I was talking about how the only difference between running a successful business and having a side hustle is mindset. Your mind matters. How you think matters, because businesses don't thrive unless you do. And your mind plays a key role in that. I mentioned earlier that entrepreneurs create the playbook coming right out of the gate. And as an entrepreneur, initially, you may have 10 to 12 different job descriptions that you are working at the same time, that you are balancing simultaneously as you're aiming to get the job done. I can remember days where I literally have to change outfits to come in alignment with the role that I'm going to be in, depending on the meeting and the responsibility that I have to take care of. Because as an entrepreneur, there's no job that's too big. There's no job that's too small when you're committing to getting the job done. I mentioned earlier how I started out selling ice cream as a little girl, and that just grew into a couple of different types of companies over the years. You know, I run a nonprofit agency, which and I also have a ministry. I have an itinerant ministry, and all of those are different vehicles, but they all travel on the same street of entrepreneurship.
Having the right mindset. Mindset is easy to overlook because it may not be directly correlated to money or clients. Understanding entrepreneurial mindset is something we will touch on today. Having the right mindset is at the core of everything we do as entrepreneurs. When you have the right mindset, you think differently, you solve problems creatively, you see things positively, and you know that failure and fear are just a part of your journey. Having the right mindset is key. Today, we're going to hear from our very first speaker to talk to you about the entrepreneurial mindset. Let me take just a moment to introduce you to Keisha B. Spivey, representing Rocky Mount. Keisha B. Spivey leads Ripple Effects Group, a nonprofit organization committed to breaking generational cycles of desperation and hopelessness. She also is the CEO of Keisha B. Spivey Enterprises, an agency that challenges and charges people to become the best version of themselves. Keisha is passionate about educating, equipping, and empowering individuals to live their best life possible. Please welcome Keisha B. Spivey to our summit. Despite applying for funding at a rate 10% higher than their non-minority counterparts, Black businesses are 19% less likely to be approved for a loan. Black-owned businesses declined by 41% between February and April 2020, compared with a 17% decline among white-owned businesses. Only 18% of Black business owners report receiving assistance from loan officers in completing business loan applications. 80% of investor and bank loan officers surveyed do not think there is a funding imbalance for women and minority-owned businesses in the U.S. Despite applying for funding at a rate 10% higher than their non-minority counterparts, Black businesses are 19% less likely to be approved for a loan. Black-owned businesses declined by 41% between February and April 2020, compared with a 17% decline among white-owned businesses. Only 18% of Black business owners report receiving assistance from loan officers in completing business loan applications. 80% of investor and bank loan officers surveyed do not think there is a funding imbalance for women and minority-owned businesses in the U.S. Getting money for your business is a challenge for most entrepreneurs, but it's exceptionally difficult for Black entrepreneurs. We certainly don't have all of the answers for you today, but want you to hear from two experts to tell you more about small business funding. As a business owner, you probably have a lot of funding questions. You may ask things like, where do I look for money? What type of funding is available? Is my business attractive for funding? Or simply, where do I even start? The good thing to know before we get started is that money is out there. Today, you'll hear about where to look for money and ways to put your business in the right position to be funded. You'll hear from Talib Graves-Mans from Durham and Dr. Shante Williams out of Charlotte. First up is Talib, and let me take just a moment to tell you more about him. Talib is a name that you may already be familiar with. He's a serial impact entrepreneur and former Google Entrepreneur in Residence. Talib is the co-founder of several initiatives where he focuses on business strategy and growth, including the CDFI-backed HBCU Entrepreneurship Center, Knox Street Studios, and Black Wall Street Homecoming. Entrepreneurship runs in his family, and he is passionate about teaching others how to build innovative businesses. Please welcome Talib to our summit.
Black people's sordid past with and as property stretches back to at least 1863, when 4 million slaves were emancipated and today's equivalent of $48 billion in assets evaporated from the balance sheets of Southern planters and the banks that counted enslaved people as collateral. Since then, the restraints on Black economic mobility have grown more subtle, but no less effective. The Wilmington Insurrection and the Tulsa Massacre cost 500+ Black lives, and today's equivalent of $250 million in Black wealth. The persistent impact of redlining has cost Black families billions in wealth, despite being outlawed in 1968. The foreclosure crisis cut Black household wealth in half. And then there's COVID, which beyond the human toll, closed 41% of Black businesses in 2020. Events like these, compounded by the structural headwinds of Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and the Black-white appraisal gap, explain why white household wealth is 10 times Black wealth, and why median Black wealth is forecast to fall to 0 by 2053, unless there's a fundamental shift in the way Black wealth is created and sustained. However, as the saying goes, pressure makes diamonds, and the journey of Black ownership and wealth in America has yielded one of history's most entrepreneurial people. The Black American is uniquely entrepreneurial, with a 50% higher likelihood of starting a business than the average American. As we chart the course of our recovery, realizing the promise of Black entrepreneurship represents one of our best opportunities to rev the engine of economic growth for all communities. With this in mind, Brazil NC and its allies encourage policymakers, funders, and partners to invest in Black business ecosystems at scale. Instead of debt that weighs Black businesses down, we must provide equity-like capital that propels them forward. Equitable access to public contracts and private sector supply chains, and the right advice at the right time are mandatory to ensure that the 41% of Black businesses that went away during COVID not only return, not only thrive, but drive this new economy.
Hello, my name is Talib Graves-Mans. I'm one of the managing partners at Partners in Equity, which I'll explain a little bit later in this video. I want to first say thank you to the Black Business Collective Summit for having me here, and shout out to Don, to Amy, to Kendra, to Austin, Hassan, a lot of friendly faces and connections for inviting me here. The topic that we're going to discuss today is on small businesses. So I first want to make sure that we're using the same definition to define small businesses. And I'm going to use what the Small Business Administration has, right? So small businesses are defined as privately owned corporations, partnerships, or sole proprietorships that has fewer employees and less annual revenue than a corporation or regular sized business. That's very broad. So let's distill that down a little bit. If you're in manufacturing and mining, that means you have less than 500 employees. If you're doing wholesale trade, less than 100 employees. Retail and services, less than $6 million average annual revenue. General and heavy construction, less than $28.5 million in average annual revenue. And the final one is special trade contractors with less than $12 million in average annual revenue. Now that I've listed the categories under the U.S. Small Business Administration, hopefully you fall within those categories and you're considered a small business, so this conversation is applicable for you. The number one thing that I like to talk about first when it comes down to the tactics to have funding for your small businesses, number one, which is often overlooked, and is use your own money, aka use your own bread, right? And that comes from a few ways, from savings, from having an equity line of credit on an asset that you have, such as your home. Another one is through bringing on multiple partners. So you have different co-founder and business partners who pool their equity together, their cash rather together, in order to have the cash on hand needed to start the business. Another one that's really important as you get into other aspects of funding is how much time you put into it, aka the sweat equity that you put into the business. So number one is your own money. You have to put your own money into the business to start the business 9 times out of 10. What you do with the money and how you turn $5 into $10 and $10 into $50 really is determined by your business model and how the aspects and components of your business create margin for you to then pay yourself back, if you're able to do that, and or reinvest into the business. So number one, using your own money. The second tactic that we'll talk about today is crowdfunding for your small business. This is something that I personally have done a couple of times successfully, and it felt good. And every time it reminds me of that quote that I started to hear in college and as I became an entrepreneur. And that quote was, your net worth is totally correlated to your network. Again, your net worth is correlated to your network. A successful crowdfunding campaign can be done on multiple platforms. Indiegogo, Kickstarter, a couple of the initial big ones that came out, and there's a couple of equity crowdfunding platforms you can do as well. But the common denominator on each one of the crowdfunding campaigns is the network that you have in place to be able to get the attention of the people that you want to support your business, your endeavor, your concept or idea, and your means to be able to communicate with them. That means having their email addresses, their phone numbers, doing live events, After COVID, be able to do some more of these things in person to be able to explain to these constituents on why you have a compelling offer, business, concept, etc., that they should take money out of their pocket and contribute to you. Historically, with crowdfunding, there has not been an equity process to enable the investors or contributors to participate in your profiting. That has changed now. There are many equity-based crowdfunding platforms that you can use right now. All it takes is a simple Google search to figure those things out. If you're not thinking about doing equity crowdfunding, just regular crowdfunding is a great way to, one, validate your product. If people are willing to just give you money for your idea, your concept, that's a great story that you can have for follow-on investors and other things that you need. People already contributed to you. That's excellent. The second thing is you get money that you don't have to pay back. That is another benefit of doing a crowdfunding thing. The third big benefit, I'd say, is you're getting more attention on your concept, your brand, etc., what you want to do by putting it out. Most crowdfunding campaigns are really fueled by having a strong social media presence. So spend the time figuring out if crowdfunding, traditional or equity crowdfunding, is right for you, because it can pay off in spades and dividends and non-diluted investment or equity, whichever you need. Very, very, very strong tactic to use when raising money. The third tactic that we'll discuss briefly is loans for small business. You can get a loan anywhere. There's tons of places to go get a loan, whether it's a big bank such as Bank America or is it Chase, or whether you're dealing with a local CDFI here in North Carolina, such as Carolina Small Business Development Fund or Piedmont Business Capital, located in the Triad area of North Carolina. Both organizations offer loans. It's just a matter of figuring out which one is best for you at the stage of your business. One big thing to note, your larger banks, a lot of that is really based on relationship as well as the appropriate credit profile that you have when you're looking for a loan product. When you're working with the CDFI, the relationship is a bit different because the CDFIs that I just mentioned specifically are looking to work with diverse borrowers. And they have specific programs that are much more palatable sometimes than your larger banks. But one thing that I want to point out that is super important here, it is the relationship when it comes down to getting a loan. One of the things that I was reminded of, or not really reminded of, I was taught by a mentor many years ago was you find yourself going into the bank, and if the only person that you have a relationship with is the teller, not the people that sit around the periphery of the bank, as an entrepreneur, you're doing it wrong. We have to develop the relationships with the bankers so they can know about our business, know about our personal income statements and our situations and what we're trying to do to develop those relationships. Because more often than not, an application is sent in with a bunch of other applications when you're looking for a loan or many other types of funding. But the terminating factor oftentimes is relationships that we have with the people that receive the pieces of paper when they go to loan committee and go to bat for us as we're trying to get funding. So showing up in more rooms when you're looking for a loan and developing a relationship with the people on the periphery of the bank is really, really important when it comes down to getting a loan. I just described the bank loans and the CDFI loans. In addition to that, you can get personal loans. Many times, I know a lot of people who've gone within their familiar or friends network to get a loan, a bridge loan, to begin their business or to have more working capital over time. Things to consider. Again, all focused on relationship as well as paperwork. Most of the time when we're looking for a loan, you got to have at least 2 to 3 years of strong taxes, your Schedule C, located on your annual taxes that you do, as well as a basic P&L and the other documents that you can get, which are simple to find, many different templates located on that good tool that we have called Google. Lots of resources there. Again, I strongly encourage anybody that's listening to reach out to Carolina Small Business Development Fund as well as Piedmont Business Capital servicing North Carolina. And the fifth tactic is equity. 2 types of equity. that I'll discuss here. One is venture capital, and the one is just private equity. And I'll explain a little bit about the work that we do with Partners in Equity. Venture capital, whether it's Shark Tank or you're paying attention to what's happening in Silicon Valley, the term venture capital circulates a lot. But venture capital is really built for highly scalable businesses who have a demonstrative business model that says if X amount is invested in here, it's going to yield at least a 10x return for those investors at some set date. So if you see a business receiving $10 million in venture capital, their business plan probably says it's going to yield $100 million, which is a 10x over time. If your business plan says that, you should go try to find some venture capital. If it doesn't say that, ignore venture capital. It's not for your business. What we do with Partners in Equity is we invest equity, cash, into business owners who are looking to acquire their commercial real estate. So if you're currently leasing, you've been in business for 3 years or more, strong business, and you want to own your business, the building that your business is in, or you want to expand the footprint of your business, you can get private equity dollars invested into your business, right, for you to own the real estate, right? Again, I want to be very clear. What we do is we don't invest directly into the business. We invest into the businesses who are looking to own their real estate. And this is a social impact endeavor. It's fighting displacement within historically black business corridors. And the second thing that it's focused on is creating generational wealth opportunities for black business owners, because we all know that through real estate ownership, you can significantly increase the wealth opportunities for your family by owning the real estate that you house your businesses in. So to recap, I've gone through using your own money to start your business, using crowdfunding as a tool, whether traditional crowdfunding or equity crowdfunding, where, when, and how to get a loan, grants, as well as different forms of equity, private equity or venture capital that you can get into your business. My name is Talib Graves Mans. Feel free to reach out to me directly if you have any questions. You can find me on LinkedIn. I am very available and accessible, so please reach out to me. And I would like to introduce our next guest, Dr. Shante Williams. She is a capital activist focused on getting money into the hands of those who can best put it to work. She is the CEO of Black.
Good morning. So I just want to say I'm super excited to be here. I got a short time to talk about a lot of things, but it is my favorite topic in the world, which is business funding, especially for early entrepreneurs. So who am I? I'm Dr. Shante, aka the Black Lady That Invests. I invest across the board, venture capital, private equity. I'm an angel investor, venture capitalist. I'm an author. So I'm excited to talk about this topic with you. So thank you to Black Business Collective for having me today. First things first, I want you to take away 3 things when we talk about business funding. How to get in the mind of an investor or funder. I want you to take away when you should seek funding and what type of funding is appropriate for you and your business. So I will tell you the one thing that you should know for any funder, no matter who it is, an angel investor, a venture capitalist, a banker, your mama, whoever, okay? You want to be able to tell them very clearly how they're going to get their money back. One of the things I see with entrepreneurs is they have not quite figured out what their revenue models are. And if you haven't figured that out, you can't tell me how I'm going to get my money back. Because remember, every funder is looking for a return. Okay, so if we're talking about charity or nonprofits, they're not looking for a return. So they just want to know that you're going to put the money to work. If we're talking about an angel investor, they're getting in early and giving you some capital, but they want to know, well, how's this thing going to look and am I going to get my money back at some point? If we're talking about a bank or a banker, they definitely want their money back, plus that interest rate that's tacked onto that loan. If we're talking about venture capitalists, you just heard in the segment before, they want their money back, plus 10x or 100x or a millionfold. I want as much money back on my investment as I can possibly get. And in private equity, they want their money back. They put that money in to increase operational efficiency for that business because they want to take you from success to wildly successful. So make sure that you can tell the funder how they're going to get their money back. And it should be very clear in your financial statements exactly how and when they're going to get their money back. Yes, it's a forecast, it's a projection. However, if I can't see that in your numbers really easily, that there's some margin for you to pay me back, you're probably not going to get a loan. You're probably not going to get any investment from me. So make sure that when you're building out your financials, you know your cost of goods really, really, really well. Make sure you know what it's going to take to support those sales. But then that bottom line number, after you have paid everybody and you have spent all the money for the operations, what's left over? When we talk about getting denied for a loan, a lot of times people get denied for loans because it's not clear that you have enough margin to service the loan. So if I see that you have thin margins and I need to get paid back out of that thin margin, that's probably going to mean I'm not going to give you that loan because you're going to be stretched. Okay. So remember, all funders want to know how they get their money back. The second thing, I know that we are in that fast go of entrepreneurship and things are changing and they're very flexible, but don't let that fool you. You need to make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to prepare. You are planning your business, okay? You're not flying by the seat of your pants. And what does that help you to do? Anticipate your capital needs, which means you're seeking funding way before you need it, right? You are coming in for capital because you know that you've got a project coming up. You know that you're going to need this piece of equipment. You know that you have a customer that's coming down the line. Remember, seek funding before you need it. If you're waiting till you're in that capital crunch, you're not going to have a lot of friends. You're not going to have a lot of people who want to come in a crisis situation. There are some funders that are willing to pull your butt out of the fire, but they're going to tack on the premium of interest or increased burdens on you, and you don't want to put yourself in that type of situation. So seek the capital well before you need it, and that will keep you from having to spend way more than you really needed to get that capital in. When we think about why people often enter that valley of death where they have that lack of funding, it's because it's going to take, on average, no matter what type of funder you're going to, somewhere between 30 days and 90 days. If you're talking about venture capital, the due diligence process could be months and months. So if you come to the front door of a VC and you're cold pitching to them and they haven't met you before, and they go, okay, I'm interested in this, do not expect a check in 15 days because that's not how they work. Don't expect a check in 15 days from a private person unless they already know you. So make sure that you're building those relationships so that you can start talking about your business. In the previous talk, we heard know your banker. You should know your banker. And if you know your banker, you can anticipate your needs very early on in that process. Okay, so seek the funding before you need it. I cannot say that enough. Do not wait till the last minute. Now, let's talk specifically about entrepreneurs. I mean those wonderful side hustlers or people who have not yet left their jobs and they are fully employed, but they are building their business in the background at night, on the weekends, in between, on lunch breaks. All of those entrepreneurs who've not taken the leap yet. If you are getting ready to, jump out on your own and you want to be fully into your business, there are a few things you need to do in regards to making sure you are properly capitalized so that you take the leap and you definitely have a bit of a glide instead of a hard fall off a cliff. First things first, give yourself enough time. I know we talk a lot about going ahead and taking the leap and doing it for yourself, but there is a planning process that needs to happen. And a big part of that planning process is making sure you have sufficient capital that's coming into your business in order to support your lifestyle. Because I can tell you, most entrepreneurs do not have enough money saved up. They will need to live on some funds before their business really starts to pay them a salary. So make sure that if you are right now in a 9-to-5, you are saving. We know that we should already have 6 to 12 months of savings just for a rainy day. If you are thinking about jumping out, try to double that. Literally, you want to make sure that you are not stressed as an entrepreneur. The second thing you can do if you are still in your 9 to 5 and you haven't fully jumped yet, make sure that you have gotten your own personal finances together. I can tell you from personal experience, when I decided to leave corporate a lot of years ago, the one thing that I had to do is figure out how to get my spending down enough so that I could actually live on the savings that I had. So I had to get my budgets together. I had to get my credit together, because when you're just starting out in a business and you go for that loan and you don't have that business track record and you don't have that early customer traction, they're relying on your personal resources as the personal guarantor for the loan. So if you can't get a loan on your own, just because you're now a business owner doesn't mean that they want to give you a loan. And that includes organizations that are really more entrepreneurially inclined, like the SBA. So make sure that your credit or your personal finances aren't going to be an impediment to your business growing and to you securing that capital. Okay, so you've got your business plan together, you've saved enough money, you know what your finances are. If you still haven't taken that leap yet, make sure that you have traction. I'll tell you one of the pitfalls that I made when I was originally starting my businesses. I assumed that once I hung my shingle, everything was going to be great because I'm smart and I'm great and I know what I'm doing. So everybody's going to want to buy my product, but I didn't take the time to prove whether or not people would buy it at that price point. People would buy it more consistently. So if you have the opportunity, make sure you have a consistent revenue stream before you jump. Now, if you've done all those things and all of a sudden you start seeing those sales tick up, then you may be better prepared to take the leap, and you may be better prepared to go after the capital that you need. Now, so those are for my side. That's for my side hustlers. Now, if you're a person that is in the entrepreneurial game already and you're early but pre-revenue, meaning you're fully on your own, you're working that business, you are building up those relationships, but you haven't made a single sale yet, you should be thinking about funding from a few different groups. One, I call them the 3 F's. You got friends, you got family, and you got fools. Okay? Now let's hope that your friends and your family don't end up fools, but you need these early investors to come into your business to help prove out that idea. So we talk about bootstrapping a lot. Bootstrapping means you're using your own resources to pour into your business. You absolutely need to do this. As an investor, I really look at whether or not you put your own capital in. If you're not willing to invest in it, why would I invest in it? I know a lot of times we see on social media, spend other people's money. You cannot spend other people's money immediately, generally, okay? So make sure that you've invested in you, and sweat equity, for me, at least as an investor, is not enough. So make sure that you've put some of your coins into the risk pot, and that makes me feel better as an investor because you don't want to lose your money either, okay? Now, early on, when you're pre-revenue, be careful not to give out too much equity. I see a lot of people who are very thankful and grateful to their inner circle for believing in them and giving them funding, but make sure you're not giving large chunks of equity away to various groups because you're going to need that equity later on. Equity is an expensive way of raising capital for your business, so be mindful of how much you're giving away. I'm not saying it's not worth it. What I am saying is make sure you're not throwing around like candy, okay? A lot of early entrepreneurs make the mistake of thinking equity doesn't cost me anything, so I'll just give it out in order to get the money in. Be very careful, plan accordingly. Now, once you've tapped into your own pockets and you've tapped into your circle, and you may even have tapped into some lending products and some early loans, still pre-revenue, but you should be focused on proving out your revenue model and building that traction. You want to make sure that you are figuring out who's going to buy, getting those early testers in, making sure you have a product that you can both grow and scale. Okay, now, once you've done all that and you make that first sale and you've got that first big contract, Then start thinking about funding in a different way. How do I take this funding to take me to the next level? Are you at prototype and you need to go to your beta version to go to your fully live, fully developed product? Then you start bringing in a different set of funders. That could end up being a bank or a small business loan, because now you've shown that you've got contracts and you've got partners in. You've shown that you have something that people are willing to buy. This now can include some angel investors who may come in early. This also could include some VC firms. A word on venture capital. I know that it sounds super sexy to get a large check from a VC firm. However, remember, VC is a very specific type of funding. It may not be right for everybody, and it may not be the best choice for you. There is a joke in the industry that says, what is the second best day in the life of a startup and entrepreneur? It is when you get your first investor. Yay, right? You got the money coming in, you get to do this and that. What's the best day of that same business's life? The day they get rid of their investor, okay? Remember, investors are people who have an expectation of making a return on where their money went. So from an investment standpoint, every investor, there's no such thing as a silent investor. Even if the person isn't directly putting into your company, they will have some thoughts, they will have some pulls on what you're using that money for. So be careful as an entrepreneur. I know that it can get hard and you want to have the funds come in from any direction, but vet your investors. You want to make sure that they're good actors, they're going to be good for your business, and they are aligned with you. Investor-investee relationships that are fully aligned will help the business to properly grow, and everybody comes out a winner. I know a lot of entrepreneurs that have been burned having gotten investors, and then the story has changed for them. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Now, if you've taken in those investors, what kinds of equity should you be giving away? If you are early stage, then you're wanting to really cap that equity somewhere at 20%, right? You don't want to be giving out 50, 49%. I see that as a common mistake that a lot of people make. The first investor in, they get 49% of the company. That's not how it works. Make sure you're really consulting guidance from other investors. A lot of people are willing to just look at a deal and tell you if the deal is worth it. Every company is different. All the requirements are different, but make sure that you know exactly what strings are coming with that equity. Is it a convertible note where it's debt that's going to convert to equity? Is it straight equity? And in order for me to get my money back as an investor, if I take equity, I've got to sell off my piece either to you or to someone else. So there needs to be an exit. So when you start taking in that investment from outsiders, firms, institutions, whomever, make sure that you know what your exit plan is, because I make money when I jump out. Okay. Now, I know I've said a lot in a little bit of time, but I want to get to a couple more things. Where do you go to find investors? Investors are everywhere. Okay, don't get stuck in just the mindset of, I got to know VC firms. You may want to go to pitch competitions. I can tell you, I know a lot of investors that they're on panels. I know a lot of investors that are in the audience. Even if you're not pitching, sitting and hearing a good pitch will help you prepare. A lot of times, entrepreneurs aren't great at articulating their value proposition. They aren't good at articulating exactly what it is that they have and why it is that customers are going to buy your thing. So practice your pitch. Make sure you are getting it down. Make sure you can tell me what you do, how much you make, and where you're going in less than 2 minutes. If you can do that, your pitch is ready to go. Okay. You also may want to consider going down to your local SBDTC or just going out, Googling. Google is a wonderful tool. Learn the local angels in your community that are writing checks. Learn who's in the game and who's not. Okay. Now, I know there was a talk about crowdfunding. I love that he covered that topic because a lot of people think it's the internet. I can put my business on the internet and everybody will want my thing. And that could be true. But crowdfunding is not as easily automated as possible. You heard talking about your network needing to do some work. They do. So if you got a bunch of people that won't give you $1, you got a problem with your network, okay? So make sure that if you're going to take the crowdfunding approach, whether it's equity or on the non-dilutive side of things, you want to make sure that you have put in the time, energy, effort to have clean marketing materials, that it looks good, that you have a practice pitch, that you have done the necessary outreach work so people know that you're here. Hitting that message hard and hitting it consistently is the key to success for securing funding. Okay, so my last few thoughts here. If you're an entrepreneur and you are having trouble securing funding, here are a few final takeaway thoughts here. Know your business. Do you know what type of business you are? Are you a small business, meaning a Main Street business, or are you a high growth, scalable business that might be tech enabled? Know which camp you're in. Neither is good or bad. Just make sure that you know which camp you're in and who you're going to ask for money from, right? So ultimately, not all investors invest in Main Street businesses. Not all investors want to be in the high growth, riskier alternative investments. Know which camp you're in and know who the funders are, okay? Be obsessed with your numbers. Make sure you know how much you're on track to make, know how much it's going to cost you to make it, know what other things are built into that cost, and ultimately know what your bottom line is. This will help you to decide what your investment number is. Oftentimes I ask people, okay, what investment are you looking for? And they say, oh, about $1 million. What does that mean, right? Do you need $1 million or do you need $1.1 million? I don't know. So think about it and know your numbers. If you have trouble accessing your numbers or figuring them out, accountants are your friends, okay? So you need an accountant on your team and you do need a good CFO. Accountants and CFOs sometimes are the same, sometimes they are not. Accounting is usually backward looking. CFOs are forward looking. They're the people who are going to push that forecast for you. They're going to let you know whether or not you're well capitalized for that future plan. Okay, make sure you have a good CFO. Now, even if you have someone else do your numbers, you still got to know them, because when I'm talking to a CEO, I get really annoyed when someone says, oh, let me check with X, Y, and Z, right? You should be able to answer the basic questions and then refer me to the expert. If you don't know your numbers, I don't feel comfortable giving you my money, okay? Make sure you can tell the funder how they're going to get their money back. If you take nothing else away from this talk, make sure you can do that, okay? Be patient. Raising capital is hard. It's hard for everyone. It's especially hard for people that look like us. It's harder for women. I will tell you, just because you have a great product does not mean the dollars are going to just flood in, okay? Being patient. I love to tell a story about one of my colleagues who has built and sold several companies, and I think he said he pitched 200 plus times before he got his first check. You only need one check, but it took 200 times of pitching to get it. So just remember, patience is really a virtue. I'm not the most patient person in the world, but you need it in order to raise capital. You don't want to be in that crunch. And finally, remember, you got to do it way ahead of time. So if you are patient, then you know that you're not expecting that fast pace. Okay? Okay? Remember, you need a good lawyer. Any agreement you enter into, even if it's a standard bank loan, often we don't read the paperwork. Know your paperwork, know what you're obligating, know whether or not you're acting as a personal guarantor for that business, know whether or not the investor expects, their money first, or whether they expect a repayment starting on a certain date. You've got to be on top of your agreements. So make sure you have an attorney that you're working with. Remember, there are no silent investors, okay? So any investor that's coming in, so you want to choose your investors and those that can help you build and grow your business, but there are no silent investors, okay? Even if they're not putting their input in, they are going to have some strings that are pulling your business along. And finally, remember, you got this. Okay, you can raise that money, whether it's $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, or $1 billion. You've got this. I'm on your side. There are other people on your side. We're invested in seeing everybody win and succeed. So you got this. You can get that money you need to grow your business. And with that, I'm Dr. Shantae, aka the Black Lady That Invests. Feel free to connect with me on any of social media handles. My social media handle is at Dr. DOCTOR, _Shantae, SHANTE. You can go to my website, drshantae.com. That's Dr. DOCTOR, SHANT.com. Connect with me on LinkedIn or send me an email. I want to stick around for a little while. I'll be in the chat to field your questions. And you got this. Get that money you need for your business. Have a good day.
Entrepreneurs having the right mindset. Mindset is easy to overlook because it may not be directly correlated to money or clients. Understanding entrepreneurial mindset is something we will touch on today. Having the right mindset is at the core of everything we do as entrepreneurs. When you have the right mindset, you think differently, you solve problems creatively, you see things positively, and you know that failure and fear are just a part of your journey. Having the right mindset is key. Today, we're going to hear from our very first speaker to talk to you about the entrepreneurial mindset. Let me take just a moment to introduce you to Keisha B. Spivey, representing Rocky Mount. Keisha B. Spivey leads Ripple Effects Group, a nonprofit organization committed to breaking generational cycles of desperation and hopelessness.
We're going over here first.
Hello there. I'm so excited to be talking to you today about a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I've been operating as an entrepreneur in some capacity since I was when I was a kid. My dad played on a community baseball team, and there were kids running all around trying to recover foul balls. My future husband included in that number, but I saw an opportunity. So I set up an ice cream stand, and I turned their game into my game. While other children my age were having fun, I was thinking about funds. At 10 years old, my mind was on handling business. I was thinking about shifting problems and possibilities, how to see needs as potential seeds, and how to sift through obstacles, looking for opportunities. Even at 10 years old, I was of a different mind. Fast forward 2 years, 3 years, 30 years, almost 40 years, if I'm honest, and you find me doing the same thing in a different avenue. I may be offering different products, they're back to the same thought process, that business mindset. We're not talking about work ethic here. I'm not talking about hustle. I'm not talking about grind, all of which are very much essential to you doing what you desire to do at the next level. But you're not going to do it long. You're not going to endure to the end. You will eventually quit on yourself if you don't have a mindset that goes the distance, a mindset that literally sees beyond circumstances, a mindset that's disciplined through distraction, a mindset that is set on success. I'm going to say something now that may be the wrong way, but I'm so okay with that. Entrepreneurship is not a career. It's a lifestyle choice. It's a lifestyle choice. When you work as an employee for a company, they give you a handbook, you're expected to follow it. They give you the company playbook, and then they tell you how you're supposed to run the place. You get a job description that tells you what you're supposed to do and when you're supposed to do according to the standard that they have for you. You literally show up every day with your to-do list of deliverables. You exist in an environment that they have created for you. It's like they give you a box of cakes, and all you have to do is add the eggs and the oil, put it in the oven and bake it. And when it's done, it's your job to slice that thing and serve it. That's not the case when you're the boss. It's not the case when you're writing a manual on how to and where to on a daily basis. Every day as an entrepreneur, you are enrolled in an on-the-job training course. And the challenge is you are both the teacher and the student. Entrepreneurs are required to think differently than employees because there's a big difference in running a successful business and having a side hustle. The difference is your mindset. Your mind matters. How you think matters. You know, as entrepreneurs, we create the playbook. And we normally start out with 10 to 12 different job descriptions that we are juggling at the same time. And sometimes they go from moment to moment, day to day. Any opportunity, you might have to shift gears. There's no job too big. There's no job too small when you're committed to getting the job done. See, I started out selling ice cream as a little girl, but that has grown into me running a few different companies over the years. And right now, I operate a nonprofit agency where I'm serving under-resourced families in America and in Africa. You know, I serve and lead a non-for-profit agency in which I do training and coaching and speaking and consulting, and I also run a ministry because I'm a minister. You know, they're all different vehicles, but they all travel on the same streets of entrepreneurship. So whether you are interested in starting a community organization, marketing products, or preaching the gospel, your mind matters. Because it is the driving force behind what you do, how you do it, and when you get it done. You know, if you're just getting started in business, or whether you're in business and ready to take steps to the next level, your mindset needs to consist of a few ingredients that you can't compromise on. You have to have these components, these attributes need to be a part of your playbook. If you want to win at this thing, and go from doing something that is a hustle to a true business. You know, the first thing is you need to be determined to win. You know, setbacks are going to happen. Expect them. When you fall, and you will fall, you need to fall forward, you need to stretch, you need to learn, you need to grow, and then you need to get back up again. You need to have a mindset that's determined to win. You have to be determined beyond your fear of failure. You have to be determined beyond your current capabilities, and you have to be determined beyond your last missed step. That last step can't define you. That last step can't confine you. You have to step out of that thing and keep moving forward. You also need to be driven towards success. Driven towards success. You need to commit to making your ideas work or come up with new ones. You need to be committed to doing what you need to do. You need to keep driving. Entrepreneurs don't sit in parked cars. You know, we literally keep moving forward because we're driving toward outcomes. We're driving toward results. We're driving toward revenue. We're driving toward an intended outcome. So we don't get to sit still. We need to consistently drive toward success. And you need to develop habits that are going to keep you on track along the way. You have to have a mindset that you're going to keep driving no matter what. You also need to be decisive with your decisions. Be decisive. When you're the head of an entrepreneurial venture, the buck stops with you. Everything rises and falls on leadership. You know, time is money, and you cannot afford to waste your time financially between options and opinions. So you have to be decisive. And even when you decide, you need to have a full understanding that sometimes you're going to get it wrong. It's part of the process. You're not going to hit every one of them out. You still need to be willing to make decisions. And when you do get it wrong, you need to be ready to recover. You should already have a mindset that whatever the outcome is, I'm going to keep moving forward. And I have heard it said, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So if you're moving in the direction of your intended outcome, you keep moving. So as a leader, as an entrepreneur, you need to remember that the blessing and the burden rest on your shoulders. And you can't run from it. You have to embrace it. Now, entrepreneurship is for people who have a desire for more. A desire for more. Yes, it could be more fulfillment. It could be more money. It could be more independence. It could be more whatever you want it to be. I get all of that. But if you truly desire to win in the business world, you need to increase your desire for more knowledge. For more knowledge. You know, you need to become a lifelong learner. Read books, listen to podcasts, be mentored, even if it is from a distance. You know, my most influential mentors don't even know I exist, but I know they do. I've learned how they think. I've learned from their successes. I've learned from their struggles. I've learned from their wins, and I've learned from their losses. They may not know my name, but I know their game. And so as I learn from them, my mindset shifts, and I'm able to glean from them. You got to get to a place as an entrepreneur, you humble yourself. You need to get into rooms that make you uncomfortable, even if it's virtual. Do what you have to do. And I'm going to tell you something. You may not like it, but this is just talk. You need to stop reading your own press clippings How do I read someone who's experiencing success at the next level? Because I know you're good, but you ain't great yet. So you need to be learning and moving forward. Entrepreneurs dare to defy the odds. When you look out into this world and you see all of its issues, you see all of its struggles, the reality is that the odds are stacked against you. And they are. I'm sorry, it is. You don't have the right to tuck your tail between your legs and go home. You need to kick it and go hard. Go hard and do what only you can do. And you need to build your business. No, it's not going to be easy, but if you're willing to do what you need to do and you have the right mindset, it will be. And you have to push past comfort. You got to place yourself in the category where the only statistic you'll become is the one who did it. Doesn't matter who didn't. It doesn't matter who tried it. Be a part of the group that did it. Let that be your mantra. Now, people told me when I got started that what I was doing, everything I've done, that it would work. Years later, it's working. So now they're saying, luck has nothing to do with it. I just made up my mind early in the game that the only option for me was to win. You know, success was the only plan A, B, C, and D, and that needs to be yours. And if you're sitting here and you're listening to this summit today, and you're just getting started in business, I want to give you an assignment to get you progressing in the right direction of your journey. And I don't call it homework, I call it hard work. I call it hard work because it requires you to get beyond the surface. It requires you to take a deep look inside of yourself and ask yourself some hard questions. So right now, if you haven't written out anything, grab your laptop, notebook, or phone, and I want you to jot these things down because you do not get to be okay with not knowing the answers to these questions for you. You don't, not as a business owner, not as an entrepreneur, because these answers are literally framing how you think. They're framing what you do. How you think determines the outcome. What you do determines how you live. And as an entrepreneur, I keep telling you, your mind matters. And either you need to develop the right mindset or you need to dust off your resume. That choice is yours. You cannot afford to have one foot in the door and one out of it. You need to make your mind up and you need to keep it set. Your mind needs to be pointed in the direction of destiny. It needs to be pointed where you are literally refusing to allow distractions and disappointments to derail you. They are part of the process. They are not your problem. They are your learning lessons. Those are the things that you learn from so that you can keep moving forward. So yes, hard work time. I only got a couple more minutes, so we're going to go back. Now, the first thing I want to challenge you on is discover your why. Discover your why. People often talk about what they want to do, the type of business they want to have, but the real question is why. Why do you want to do that? Why are you willing to get uncomfortable? When you pull back the fluff and you find your why, you actually have something that matters beyond what you can see. You have to identify your why. It's so important because your why power is your willpower. Your willpower will wane. Your why power is fierce and you're committed to that thing, you'll keep moving against the odds. And if you don't have a strong enough why, you have to what? So you really need to discover your why. Develop your skills. I know you got it going on. I know you're just the best thing in town. But what can you do better? What can you do better? How can you improve? What is it or who is it that's the skill of what it is you want to do? Yes, you can cook, but you can keep books. Book matters. Yes, you make great products, but you can make them. Marketing matters. When I founded my organization, I didn't have any experience in the nonprofit sector. I didn't seek out wisdom from multiple directors to find one that would help me. So initially, I was running like a one-woman show until I was able to build volunteers and a staff to come alongside me. But I still had to keep working. And I took every free online course I could enroll in. I enrolled in online courses. I watched podcasts. I read books because I knew that what I did not know was my greatest area of vulnerability. I understood that my lack of knowledge was my greatest liability. And the only way I could lessen that risk was to learn more. So my question to you is, what is your next step? What is your now step in taking your business to the next level? Taking your mind to the next level? Number three, define failure. I guess a better way to put it is to redefine failure for yourself. Often when we think failure, we naturally think of negativity. We think of defeat. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Failing doesn't make you a failure. For Keisha, failure is not trying. For Keisha, failure is not showing up. And so when I decided a long time ago that failure wasn't even an option for me, then it helped me make decisions that I needed to keep going. And it shouldn't be. Failure shouldn't be an option for you. I fall on a regular basis. I do. I fall regularly. But the key is I always get back up. So what is your definition of failure? Number 4, deal with your doubts. Stop denying them. Deal with one at a time. Face your fears and do it afraid. If your knees are shaking, you got to ask yourself, if you were guaranteed success, what would you do? What would be the thing that you pursue? If you know the answer to that question and you're not pursuing it in your business, if you're not going after that thing, you got to ask yourself what's stopping you. So identify that thing and deal with your doubts and really be honest about what you're afraid of. You need to unpack them until they are totally exposed and deal with them one by one. And number 5, and I'm almost done, you need to do you on max. You need to do you on max. My motto for life is do you to the max. Why is that? Because no one else can do you but you. When you are authentically you, when you're committed to the business and to the dream that's in your heart, you're willing to build a champion mindset. You can't lose. So do you. People may not understand or believe your ideas. They may ridicule you. They may reject you. So what? What does that have to do with your income? What does that have to do with your business? You need to do the thing that keeps you up at night. You need to do the thing that you're dreaming of doing. You need to do you. Lastly, I want to tell you this. Being great at anything requires a level of obsession. So being a great business owner requires a level of obsession. Are you willing to get obsessed with being the best version of you possible? Are you willing to get obsessed with developing a business that literally become a legacy long after you're gone? Are you willing to get obsessed with developing a winning mindset that literally pushes you into success? Are you willing to get obsessed? My favorite quote of all time is this: do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. That's Maya Angelou. And at the close of today's summit, you will know better. You will know better. The only question you're going to need to ask yourself at 1:30 is, will you do better? Will you do better? Do not despise the small beginnings of entrepreneurship. With these little steps, you can keep moving forward. When you change your mind, things will change for you. So much success to you as you navigate this entrepreneurial journey, defying odds, overcoming obstacles, walking into new opportunities while you do you to the max. Remember, your dreams won't work unless you do. You got this. And today is about you investing in you, your future, and your legacy, and you going forward. So, have a
Don't think they are salespeople. But if you run a business, guess what? You are in sales. If you can't sell people on your products and services to bring in revenue, your business will fail. Today, you'll hear from 2 experts to talk about sales fundamentals. Remember, everybody is in sales. Our speakers today will touch on knowing your clients, building relationships, and working on your personal brand. After you hear this session, we hope that you understand that entrepreneurs must be good at sales. Our speakers today are 2 seasoned sales experts, both out of the Triangle area. Donald Thompson out of Apex and Larry Long Jr. from Raleigh. First up is Donald. And let me take a moment to tell you more about him. Donald is a serial entrepreneur who got his start with a career in sales. He's currently a co-founder and the CEO of the Diversity Movement and was recently named to the Forbes Next 1000 list. He is a speaker, investor, and advisor for organizations of all sizes and industries. He is a mentor for Google for Startups, Black Founders Exchange, and will release his first book, Underestimated: A CEO's Path to Success, in just a few months. Please welcome Donald to talk about the importance of sales for entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much, Amy, for that great introduction and really the overall opportunity to spend time today with Black entrepreneurs and a collection of dream chasers. One of the things about being an entrepreneur is, number one, it's super rewarding. It is daunting at times, but at the end of the day, when you are successful, it's worth it. And it's not just worth it from a financial standpoint, it's worth it from the jobs that you help create. It's worth it from the legacy that you build. And it's worth it for the inspiration that you create for others, right, to chase their dreams behind you. What I want to talk about today is how do you build and grow a sustainable business? And in order to do that, you have to create and get that $0 to $1 million game plan right. Because from zero to $1 million is where your learning lives. $0 to $1 million is where your product or service has enough customer examples, right, that you develop and refine, right, the secret sauce for what makes you special. From $0 to $1 million is where you understand as a business leader what you're supposed to do, where your superpowers lie, what you're supposed to delegate and who you need to hire. And so there's so many things that happen during that phase that it's really, really important that we develop that momentum. And so let's talk about a couple of reasons why small businesses don't really meet the objectives that they like. And then we're going to talk about some fun things about how to achieve them, right? So one of the small things that has a big impact, right, that is really, really important is that everybody's in sales. Whether you have a bakery, whether you are a technology startup, whether you run a mental health consulting practice, or whether you're trying to build out a technology business in the healthcare space. It doesn't really matter what the business is. What matters is that you've got a couple of different stakeholders that you've got to refine your storytelling, your sales approach to make sure that it's clear, concise, and compelling, right? So that first group is potential employees. Now, the reason that's important is because in order to grow and scale your business, you're not going to win big as a team of one. So even if you have a team of 3 people, 5 people, 50 people, right, that selection is important. But in order to get the right people with the right skills to want to be a part of your dream, right, you've got to be able to tell them a story of how their future is better by being a part of the dream that you're building, that your dream is big enough, right, that they can see themselves as a part of it. And that's really, really important. So that's your employees. The second thing, right, are your clients. How are they better off because they use your product? How is your client experience from the time that they hit your website, the time that they talk with you on the phone, the time that they enter your storefront, to the time that they receive, use, and gain value from the product and service? And then the third level is anyone that you're looking to invest in your business. And that's whether you're looking at small business loans, that's whether you're looking at angel investors or friends and family. They've got to understand how you've created enough success and momentum that their investment is de-risked, but they also can enjoy the upside of being associated with you and why. And you want to go after folks that I call smart money, that can write a check as you need to grow and scale, but also can give you advice, connections, and networks. And I think those things are really, really important when you're thinking about how do you tell that powerful story and what are those stakeholders, right, that you need to develop. The other thing that is really important in terms of that early momentum as you grow your business is trying to make sure you're not being all things to all people. What are the things that you're really, really good at, and how do you amplify those? What are the things that make you unique in the marketplace, and how do you make that something that's featured on your website, in your content, in your case studies? And then another thing that entrepreneurs miss, and it's really important, and it took me too many years to learn. And quite frankly, this has been 15, 20 years ago now. I had a PR firm come into my office, this is 20 years ago, and said, Don, you need to be a thought leader in your industry. You need to work on being a blogger. You need to put your thoughts out there and people will respect you and buy from you. And I was like, what I need are leads I need more salespeople on the phone reading these scripts so I can get money now. I said, I need you to get out of my office. And I literally laughed them out of my office, right? And now, fast forward, all I talk to people about is building their personal brand, being a thought leader, being an expert in your field. It's amazing what wisdom that comes through pain and failure will teach you. And so it's really important that you as an entrepreneur develop your personal brand. People want to be in business with people that they feel like they know, that they trust, and that have expertise that can help them meet their goals. And by having a strong perspective that you share online, by having an article that's published in a reputable publication, by having a LinkedIn profile that's on point, by having a video overview of who you are, what you stand for, and why you matter in the market, it is a way for people to do their research on you so that when they pick up the phone to talk with you, they're talking to somebody that they already respect, admire, and want to do business with. And I think it's a little bit more of a long-term point of thought, but it's really, really important for all of us as entrepreneurs to really think on and think through and then get to work and actually do. And it's one of the bigger points of maturity in my growth as a sales professional, as an entrepreneur, that I would recommend really, really highly. The final thing that I would say when I think about businesses that I admire, and I'll use a small little case study. The name of the company is Perfect Finish Detailing. And I had a challenge with one of my vehicles, and I just had this odor in the car. Maybe there's some food there, different things. Like, I don't know, but this was a pretty new car, and it just wasn't amazing, right? And it also wasn't amazing when your wife's like, I'm not riding that, right? And so I looked around for detail shops and different things, and I found the folks at Perfect Finish. And they took me through their process of how they were going to recreate the new car experience for me. I was like, all right, first, thank you, because I need this, whatever this is, I need this fixed. And two, that's a pretty cool way to describe it. You're going to recreate the new car experience for me, right? And they talked about their oxidation process. They talked about how they were going to wax the car on the outside, but also how they were going to detail the engine, how they're going to build a process to get not only under the seats, but they talked to me about the level of detail that they were going to address my problem and make my problem something they were going to help me to overcome. And then because I was very busy, I couldn't get back to the place to pick up my vehicle. And they said, Mr. Thompson, it's absolutely no issue, right? We would be happy, right, to bring the car back over to you. And so they went out of their way and created an extra service where they brought the vehicle back to me. And so now I am a raving fan of this organization. And anytime I need them, I call them. Anytime I have an opportunity, I talk about them. And so what you want to do and develop in your organization is, how do you create those raving fans? So what I'm going to do as I finish up is I'm going to talk to you about a good friend of mine. Larry Long Jr. is someone that I admire. He is a master sales professional. He is a leader in the community in terms of how he gives back, in terms of how he shares knowledge and information. And most importantly, he just has that special thing in his heart that if you meet Larry, he's a friend. And if he can help you, he will. And for people that are highly, highly successful to still have that level of humility, right, about being other-centered is something that I just think is phenomenal and fantastic. And I can't wait for you to spend some time learning from and hearing from Larry Long Jr. Let me read a little bit about him in terms of a bio. I'm really excited to introduce your next speaker, Larry Long Jr. I've known Larry for a while now. He's a dynamic personality, a great motivational speaker, sales coach, and just an all-around great person. He's going to share some.
Wow. Thank you so much, Donald. I appreciate that kind introduction. I'm happy to be here. What is going on, BDCS? I'm going to take the mic, and I hope I do drop it. What's going on, y'all? Happy to be here, and we're talking about sales. I'm going to warn you, this is going to be interactive. I've got the chat up on this side. So I'm going to be asking y'all to interact to make sure that you're awake. Can you hear me? Is anyone out there awake? Don't make me use the pink bat on you. So as Donald said, and I appreciate the kind introduction, I'm Larry Long Jr., founder and CEO, that's Chief Energy Officer of LLJR Enterprises. And today I'm talking about keys to sales success. So I'm going to let y'all in on a little secret. Don't tell nobody else, but I love sales. If you love sales, go ahead and chuck up a 1. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you like sales. Let me see those ones. Where they at? Hold on. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? If you love sales, come on, who's coming with me? Don't make me get Jerry Maguire on you. Where are my ones? Okay, I guess there's a lag. It's all good. I love sales. And the reason being is because of my perspective. Now, I want to know what's your perspective. When you think about sales and you think about selling, what comes to mind? Is it the used car sales lot where you go and you look for a minivan and they try to get you to ride off in a sports car? I like to call that commission breath Carl, or we can call him car lot Carl. Ooh. Or is it the mall kiosk where before the pandemic I'd go no mask on, and essentially they try to squirt the lotion in my hand. No, I'm moisturized. I'm not Ashy Larry, at least not today. If you called me last weekend, my elbows were a little bit ashy. They needed some moisturizer, some lotion. When I think about sales, my definition is we're playing matchmaker. Number one, it's a transfer of energy. If you're not energized about what it is you're selling, your business, people can smell BS from a mile away. Number two, you're matching your products, your services, your thoughts, and or ideas with someone else's needs, their wants, their desires, their challenges, their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. I see the ones that are popping up. There must be a little lag. I love it. I'm in good company of people who love sales. So let's look at it from that perspective of we're playing matchmaker with what we have, with other people, with what other people want and what they need. And I'm going to be honest with you. When we talk about the technical side of sales, I think about it in 6 major components. And I was lucky to partner with Donald and Amy Thompson, Creative Allies, Walk West, to develop an online on-demand sales training class called the Sales Allies. Check it out. But in a nutshell, we talked about 6 concepts. Number 1, time management. Number 2, prospecting. Number 3, discovery. Number 4, actually doing a demo. Number 5, pipeline and prospect management. And number 6, oh wow, we're closing. So I'm going to go through. I thought this through, and I put together 15 key concepts around each of those buckets. So we'll start with time management. What time is it? I like to say it's bow time. There's no time like bow time, but it's time for us to start selling. It's time for us to start helping. So when it comes to time management, I encourage you to make sure that you own your day. Don't let the day own you. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at your calendar. Do you have a pretty tight pulse over where your time is spent and why? If not, you got to get it together. I encourage you to stay laser focused. I'm focused, man. Let's make sure that we're staying focused and executing on those key priorities. And then number 3, with prioritizing, there's 2 buckets. There's the revenue generating bucket, which hopefully that's a big bucket. And then there's other. So I'm going to ask you the tough question. If I were to look at your schedule and your calendar, your blocks, are the majority of those blocks focused on revenue generating activities, or are they focused on that other stuff? Number 2, we're going to talk about prospecting. And my key tip around prospecting is don't be scared of this 500-pound phone. Reach out and touch someone. We know that selling is about relationships. I once heard that the difference between contacts, people that you know, and contracts, people that you do business with, is the letter R. I know we got a bright group out there. Let me know what you think that letter R stands for. In the chat, yeah, I know there's a lag. Yep, you got it right. Relationships. True, genuine relationships that are built on trust. People buy from folks that they know, that they like, and that they trust. So I encourage you, when you're going out there and prospecting, pick up the phone. Now, in addition to the phone, you got to get creative. I know Donald shared some great examples. Let's put on our thinking caps and think about how can we be creative? How can we differentiate? In a sea of black boxes, hey, it is what it is. I don't want to be a black box. I want to be a green triangle. Better yet, I want to be a purple trapezoid. I can't even spell trapezoid, but if you can say trapezoid and not crack a smile, you're better than me. Number 3, be persistent, politely persistent, and be positive. I'm going to give you all an example of putting on that thinking cap and being persistent. A company I work for, we used to sell to college athletic teams. Well, guess what? College athletic teams, they normally recruit and they put together recruiting packages. We said, maybe we put together a recruiting package to let them know that we want to earn their business. Now, once you get in there with prospecting, you're digging for gold, there's a thing called discovery. And discovery is exactly what the name says. You want to get in and uncover the needs. You want to uncover, is there a fit? And the most important part of discovery is to qualify and or disqualify whether there's a potential fit there. How do you do that? You got to ask the tough questions. Tony Robbins says it best. The most successful people ask the toughest questions, therefore they get the toughest answers. Now, after you've gone through your discovery, now we get into the demo. Now it's go time. There's no time like show time. Did someone say go time? Yes. Now you get to match your features. You get to match your offering with the needs, with the wants, with the desires, the challenges, the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations. I'm getting excited up in here. Whoa! One of the most important parts of demo is confidence. I think the great Kevin Hart says it best. Say it with your chest. Confidence is key because the folks that we're trying to sell to, the folks that we're trying to help, they can smell BS from a mile away. If you don't believe in your heart, in your head, with your mouth and through your actions, your whole aura, that you've got a solution, guess what? They're not going to believe it as well. So I encourage you to stay focused on making that match when you're doing the demo, showing how you can match what they're looking for with what you have. Now we're going to get into pipeline management, managing the pipe. And when I think about my pipeline, I like to look at suspects. Survey says, versus prospects. I encourage you to look at those folks that are in your sales process and put them in a bucket. If they're prospects, hey, you can stay. If they're suspects, you got to go. Ain't nobody got time for that, in the words of the great Sweet Georgia Brown. I encourage you to guard your time. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty. Closing. It's closing time. Don't get me singing. I'll have you crying. But yeah, everyone thinks that closing is an event at the end. I got a secret for you. Closing starts at the very beginning. It starts from that initial call. Essentially, always be closing, always be helping. Closing is just what happens when you're able to make that match. So I encourage you to have a plan, have a strategy, have a pathway and an agenda that allows you to take that relationship to the next level. And I'm going to leave you with this, the most important thing. You've got to get down on one knee and ask the question, can I have your business? So many times we want to close, but we forget to ask the question. Don't be scared. Ask that question. So as we wrap up with those 6 and those 15 items, I just encourage you to go out there with a renewed perspective around sales, to enjoy it. And hopefully next time, everyone will say, yes, Larry, I'm throwing up my ones. I love selling. So I encourage you to reach out, check out the Sales Allies if there's ever anything that we can do to assist. With that, I'm now going to pass the mic. I think we're now heading over to Amy Thompson, giving us a good word around marketing. Thank you so much for your time. I wish you all the best and continued success. Peace.
All right. I hope everybody's enjoyed themselves so far. What a great set of speakers. Good, just really good. I have a whole page of notes myself. But before we get into marketing, we're actually going to head into a break just to give folks time to get a drink, get something to eat if you need to. Before we get into the break, though, I want to kind of remind you of what I said at the very beginning. And also, Keisha touched on it, not homework, but hard work, right? And making sure that you're taking at least one thing away from each of our speakers that you can go off and figure out how to grow your business. And so I just wanted to share a couple of key things that I heard from our first speaker, Keisha. Well, there was a lot of in the mindset piece. I think the key takeaway was entrepreneurship is not a career, it's a lifestyle choice. And that's something to really remember, that you have to have the right frame of mind. You have to be willing. She talked about commitment. She talked about being determined to win. So those types of things, remember that as you start to, if you're just starting out, maybe you have a job, you've got a side hustle, et cetera. But think about where you are in your path and make sure you have that right mindset. We heard just a ton of good information on the funding piece, right? How do you know when you're ready to get funding? Dr. Shante talked about friends, family, and food, right? Who are the right people that are going to invest in the business? Talib shared a whole lot of different types of funding and places to go to look for funding. And then, of course, we just heard from the sales experts and a lot of great information there as well. It's about relationships, making sure you have confidence. And so, again, I just urge you to really think about one thing from each person that you've heard of. How can you apply that to your business so that you can continue to grow? We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll be back to talk about marketing and about money There will always be back and forth over which comes first, sales or marketing. One thing we know for sure is that they are both extremely important. There are several free tools that can make your brand stand out from the competition, but you need to know which ones are most important. Today, you'll hear from 3 marketing and communication experts to talk about the basics. You will hear them talk about having a logo, a great website, a social media presence, and the importance of staying focused on marketing. After this session, you should walk away knowing this: everyone deserves great marketing, and you don't have to break the bank to get it. Your speakers today will talk about communication, marketing tactics, and turning pain into profit. Greg Hedgepeth is out of Greenville. Amy Thompson is out of Raleigh. And Jay Hackett is out of Asheville. And all 3 are here to share their marketing expertise with you. First up will be Greg, and let me take a moment to share his background. Greg is the president and CEO of Substantial Media, a minority multimedia platform to amplify the voices and stories of Black and Brown communities. Greg has been in the field of higher education marketing and communication for over 15 years, serving in leadership roles at the divisional and university level. Please welcome Greg to talk with you about effective communication strategies to grow your brand.
What is up, everybody? Can you hear me? Right? Just real quick, can you hear me? I love it. Well, listen, I'm going to dive in. Please let me know if there are any issues hearing me or not. But I want to go ahead and say the Black Business Collective Summit. Y'all, we here. Or at least we here virtually, right? Shout out to the Black Business Collective North Carolina for having me. How many of us struggle, real quick, y'all, with whether or not to look like directly at your computer camera or at your face in these virtual meetings? That must just be me then. Okay. So y'all, I can't wait for the day though. We can all be in the same space and feel that energy and that spirit of gathering amongst one another and not having to, be tested afterward, right? So listen, y'all, they gave me 15 minutes with y'all, but I grew up in a rural Baptist church. So the preacher didn't let us go. He had broken a good sweat and lost his voice, but I'm going to do my best, I promise you. As mentioned, I am Greg Hedgepeth, president and CEO of Substantial Media LLC, a Black-owned and operated multimedia company that exists to do one thing, y'all, and that is to amplify Black stories. Our firm belief is that our communities are of considerable importance, size, and worth, that each and every one of us are strongly built and made. We are substantial, and so is our purpose. If that sounds well rehearsed, it's because I say it all the time. And more importantly, I believe it. Right? Now that I've gotten that PSA plug out of the way, y'all, I love communications. As Larry said, he loves sales. Y'all, I love communications at its core. What is it? Communications is the use of messaging to convey across any written, visual, or spoken medium, information and meaning. Not only do I live in this space, y'all, I teach it to others. I teach them how to embrace it and live in it, or at least give it more consideration. I promise you, literally, I teach it. I just had an 8 o'clock class. I'm a professor over in the mass communications and digital technology space at the Department of Shaw University, right? So go Bears. So through effective communications, you all, we are able to improve culture, social, personal, and professional understanding, and transmit information and ideas to individuals, organizations, communities, and now with this digital era, across nations and global populations. Let's not be confused. We're here to talk about the marketing basics. The act of communication, marketing, and branding are totally different, yet linked in such a way they need one another. Putting my professor glasses on just for a minute, let's talk some terms. Marketing is the activity, right? The set of institutions and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners, and society at large. Branding, however, is a name, it's a term, a design, a symbol, or any feature that identifies one seller's goods or services distinct to another, right? Let me take it a step further though. Your brand is who you are. It is a constant communication of what you do, what you say, how you look, what you're associated with, and what you believe. And guess what? Believe it or not, nowadays, it's also what you don't say, what you don't do, and who you're not associated with. All right, I'm gonna take the professor glasses off. I'm back in regular mode. And now, real quick for me, indulge me, right? I wanna engage with you all. If you could be a brand, what brand would you be? And I know there's a lag, so I may not get as many people to put in any information, but I'm hoping that a few of you will put in something. If you could be a brand, what brand would you be? Take a moment. All right, bet. I only got 15 minutes. Now, let me ask you this question. How many of you said your brand? I'll wait. And if you didn't, why not? Why can't you be the next Amazon, Nike, Facebook, Black Enterprise, AZ, Beyonce, etc.? Yo, there's no reason Substantial can't be just as big as Blavity, Ebony, Essence, Times, etc. Believe it and put in the work. Most times, y'all, and I'm here to talk about marketing basics, most times we're doing for the sake of doing. We all operate to some degree on 3 levels: what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. We get the first 2 really, really well. We do those first 2 really, really well. But that why we do it, sometimes we struggle with that, right? So many of us believe that to have a good quality brand, we've got to have this formula. Positive images plus tons of content equals stand out. Y'all, it ain't that simple. And if it was, wouldn't we all be millionaires? And the wealth gap wouldn't be as wide as the Grand Canyon. Listen, we're here to talk again about the basics. So I won't get into the fine print and muddy details, but what I do want to do is share with you a few things. So beforehand, again, marketing is how you build awareness, while branding is who you are. Branding is your strategy. It cultivates what your consumers can expect and what they experience. It's the, check this R word, you've already heard it, it's the relationship you build. There are so many ways to market and so many methods and mediums and tools and companies, right? You heard Donald Thompson, Larry Long Jr. talk about a few earlier. For me, here are 3 basic things. And please know, I'm simplifying for the sake of time. Here's where I start preaching. If you ain't ready, get ready. 1, get to know your audience. Who are they? What are they? What are their needs? What problems do they have? Have you even been able to solve their problem? Can you solve their problem? I was told a long time ago, life itself is a series of attempts to accomplish specific projects, small things. How are you marketing and communicating that your company can help do that? Have you ever did a level of customer discovery to see if your product is even needed or wanted, accepted in your market? Y'all, YouTube was meant to be a dating site when it launched in 2005. Of course, it failed. A year later, the platform was receiving 25 million views and seeing 20,000 uploads every day. 2, lead them to the outcome you want. By them, I'm saying your customer. What do you want them to do? So often I see great marketing with no ask. We're all sheep looking for shepherds. Don't let anybody tell you different. We all follow something or someone. Communicate and market clearly how you want someone to engage and interact with your brand. Buy this, support that, subscribe, join us, be the first. Don't be the last. Have a marketing and communications plan. It is the vital roadmap to achieving sales and growth. Right? It's even written in the word. I'm about to start preaching. Write the vision, make it plain on tablets. See, even God already knew the growth of technology before there ever was such. What I'm trying to say, y'all, is lead your customers to the promised land that is your product or service. Third, do not do for the sake of doing. Don't be there because everyone else is. Be innovative, creative. In some cases, be bold and unique. How many of us still have a Nokia flip phone? Don't be ashamed. It's okay. Or would you book a flight on the first plane that the Wright brothers flew? How many of us would place our credit card information into a website that had one sentence, one pixelated image, and a space that said credit card information here, please? Invest, y'all, in good marketing that allows you to communicate your brand's story and lead to the conversions you want and deserve. Be willing to adapt and pull out certain pieces, right? Bits and pieces of that story for certain segments of your audience, right? If it feels like those three things are a lot, I promise you, myself, Amy, others are here to help you unpack it. In closing, because again, I want to make sure I have ample time. In closing, I love these words that were left by my auntie Maya Angelou for us to find meaning in. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Great brands these days build a relationship with their consumers in such a way that we feel compelled to see them succeed. How are you building that relationship? I go back to my earlier question, right? You could be any brand. What brand would you be? If you chose Amazon, Nike, whatever it was you chose and put in the chat, why you do that? What strikes you about that brand? I challenge you to look in your cupboards, in your homes. What kind of cars do you drive? Why do you drive those kind of cars? What type of clothes do you wear? What drives you to spend your hard-earned money with those brands? What's that feeling you get when spending dollars on something that you want or that you need? That's going to help you solve whatever that specific task is that you're trying to achieve on life's journey. Y'all, I'm going to stop there. Again, I hope you enjoyed. I'll pass the collection, played around virtually. Again, Greg Hedgepeth, President and CEO of Substantial Media, LLC. I now have the pleasure of bringing on and introducing the next speaker. You've already heard a little bit from Amy during this event, but she's up next to talk more about marketing. Amy is the CEO of Creative Allies, a certified minority-owned digital marketing firm. Her company focuses on building small businesses to tell their story and create great branding at a reasonable cost, right? And again, create branding at a reasonable cost. Creative Allies is also the host for this summit, and everything from the website, the registration process, to the production is handled by her team. Y'all, please help me welcome Amy to talk to you about how you can get great marketing without breaking the bank. Thank you all so much.
All right, thanks, Greg, for that introduction and really for the wise words that you shared with everybody. The first part of our, and I just want to take a lot of notes here. So I just want to recap two things that you said that were really, really great that lead into what I want to talk about today. But one thing is that difference between marketing and branding. So what Greg shared with us is marketing is really how you build awareness about your brand. But your brand is who you are. Right? And we've heard from some of the other speakers why and things like that. And so knowing that distinction is really important. But what I want to talk about today, a little bit more on the tactical side. And so I want to share 5 things that I thought would be really helpful as you're thinking about the marketing aspects of your brand. What can you do? Again, what can you do to really make a difference? I'm going to talk about 5 things that you should be able to tackle on your own. Of course, you can get from agencies, but things that you can do on your own marketing. The first is going to be research and understanding what that is. The second is going to be website. The third, social media. The fourth, graphics. And the last will be content. And what I'll try to do is, just spend a little bit of time on each one of these, just to share with you again why those 5 things are really important, how they help you with both your marketing and your branding. I want to talk about Google search first. It's one of the things that is actually kind of a mystery if you don't know about it. It's kind of one of those things you know if you know, don't know if you don't know. But I think probably 3 or 4 years ago, and one of our ambassadors that you heard from earlier, Stephanie, she is an expert on this part. But search, it's so simple, but it can be complicated if you let it be. But just think about if you're hungry, for example. The first thing you might do is go to think about what you type in. The type of food you want. You might type in price range. You might type in the location, but you're typing in specific things that are going to help you narrow down where you should go get something to eat. Business is no different. If I'm looking for a plumber, I'm going to Google, typing in, I want somebody near me, I want somebody that can come quickly if I have a problem. If I'm looking for a hairstylist, it's the same thing. Google search really is about going online, finding what you need by using certain keywords. You probably hear keywords a lot. You hear SEO a lot, but really it comes down to just that. It's really that basic. Think about in your own life what you do on Google, and that's what people are doing to find you. So then the question is, can people actually find you? Right? So if somebody, let's say you run a marketing company, for example. So if somebody, we're in Raleigh, somebody goes online and says, hey, I want to look for digital marketing firm. Does Creative Allies come up? That's a question we should be asking ourselves. Do we come up on the first page or do we come up on the 6th page? Right? Those are the things that you can start to just try your own company. What are the words that you can type into that search bar that make your brand come up? In the worst case scenario or in a bad situation, you don't come up at all. And then you know you have to do some work around search and around keyword analysis and things like that. So I won't go into too much detail about the how, but I do want to touch just on what are the things you need to be jotting down in your notes, what are the things you need to be researching a little bit more. But Google search is a pretty big component of how people find you. This is really important if you have a physical location, like a brick and mortar store versus doing something digitally or online. And so again, depending on where you are in your entrepreneurship journey, depending on the type of business you have, that will help you determine how important search is, but it is fairly important for most businesses. The last thing I'll say about Google search is there really are kind of 2 kinds that you can tackle or you can look into as a small business owner. One is organic, and the second is paid. Organic is free, and paid is paid, right? And so with organic search, that's just like I was saying, if you're looking for something to eat, you go type in Google, what you'll see, let's say I'm looking for a great sandwich located near me, a sandwich shop located near me. I would just type that into Google. What you'll see when you pull that back, you're going to see some ads at the top, and then you're just going to see the rest of the information. Those ads at the top mean someone paid for you to see their information at the very top of that page. That could be good or bad. Some people want to see whatever's first, that's what they're clicking on. Some people get turned off because they know it's an ad, so they skip over those. So it just depends. But you can pay money, have your business, have your service, have your product at the top of that page, or you can work on things like blogging, videos, events like this we're doing, where you produce content that just naturally comes up. So that's the first thing. Again, Google search is a very important thing to become familiar with. Unfortunately, sometimes there's too much information online about a certain topic, but there is plenty online that you can learn about. And then you can understand how important it is your business, and then determine if it's something you can learn and tackle on your own, or if it's something to get a little bit of help with. That would be the first thing that I would think about. The second would be your website. Depending, again, on where you are in your business journey, some people have no website, some people have a website and it's horrible, and some people spend a lot of money on a website. My personal belief is that everybody needs one, but you don't have to spend a ton of money to have a good-looking, simple site. Everybody needs one because people are buying online. They're buying on their mobile phones. They're looking, searching online. Even if you have a physical store, before somebody comes into your store, they're looking online to find out who you are, find out your hours, things like that. So having a website is really good opportunity to make a great first impression on customers and potential customers. But again, I'm a big believer in not being cheap, so to speak, but being cautious in the area of spending too much money on things. Most of the time, on an informational website, something that says, yes, I'm a real business, here's what we do, and most importantly, here's how we can help. Many people who do websites or create a website forget that last part. Your website is not solely about you. And that may seem a little counterintuitive, but the website is for your visitors, for your customers, for your potential customer. So you should, yes, talk about your business, talk about what you can do, but it should be framed as in, here's who I am and how I can help you. Here's what we offer and how that will help you. Right? It's framed for your visitor, not framed for you. One of the things phrases I like to use is, your website is not about you, right? It's about the other person. And sometimes that can be hard for people because they want to tell everybody they work with, everybody they've done, et cetera. But really, if I'm coming to your website, I actually want to hear more about how you're going to help me than I do want to hear about just you. And so keep that in mind when you're thinking about it. But I do believe every business, no matter how small you are, should have a website. What a website means could be anything. It could be one page. It could be a landing page. It could be 20 pages. That part really depends on where you are in your business maturity, what type of business you have. And that's where I try to caution people. Don't break the bank when it comes to it. Just get started. Get something that looks really amazing, something that looks very professional. Again, answer questions for people, shows people how you can help them. But try not to, technology changes so. The last thing you want to do is invest a lot of your marketing dollars into a website that will be outdated probably in 12 months. So be very thoughtful, very strategic about spending too much money on a website, but create something that you believe will be a great first impression when people search for you, find you, and come to your site to learn about your business. So website is very, very important. Website is very important. The third thing I'll touch on is just your graphics. That's really more in the branding bucket that Greg was talking about, where it's, in the marketing bucket, I should say. So it's really about, how professional do you look? When people do come to your website or they go to your social, what's your logo look like? What is your background look like? Your graphics on social media. Again, it's about making that person, because I can't remember which of our speakers said this, but a lot of times people will find out a lot about you before they actually meet you. So people will know about your reputation, professionalism, or lack thereof before you even have a chance to tell your story. So be very cautious about what you put out there online, what kind of information, both content-wise, but also visually, that you have about yourself and about your brand. Because those type of things will make an impression on somebody who could come to you asking for your business. So you want to be very careful about that. There are lots of ways. My favorite tool, just to throw that out there, is Canva. It's free, and you can do a lot of damage with Canva, even if you're not a designer, even if you're not ultra creative. So finding things like that are free or low cost that can help you, especially when you're starting out, help you look more established than you probably are. Help you look like you've been in business longer than you have. But that graphic design piece and graphics that you use, like I said, on social media, on your website, etc., those things really make a difference. With everything I've talked about so far, it's all about making the right impression. people that you haven't even met yet. A lot of times, if I get a phone call or an email from someone, one of the first things I like to ask is, how did you find us? Because from a Creative Ally standpoint, we don't do a ton of paid marketing and things like that. So I'm always curious how they find us. And over time, what people say, that we search on Google for marketing companies in our area, things like that. So taking that in, what that means, I talked to someone just 2 days ago, and he said that he did a search for a company that was either in North Carolina or South Carolina, looked through the clients that we work with, looked a little bit about me as a person who runs, and then he set up time with me. So that he knows all of this information about me before I even met. So you have to be really, really cautious and really careful and know what's out there about me, what's out there about my company, what's out there about me as a leader. And so things like Google search, things like your website, things like your graphics can really set the tone whether somebody books an appointment with you or not. And that appointment is the first step in you getting opportunities and deals. So just make sure you think about all of these, what some might think are simple marketing tactics can really make an impression for your brand. The fourth thing I want to mention is social media. And I'm sure all of you are on some social media platform. So just a couple of tips that I wanted to share about social media. Number one, the biggest thing or the biggest challenge that I hear from our clients and potential clients is probably not having the bandwidth to really manage social media like they would like to. What we know is that most of your customers and your potential customers are going to be on social. What that means is you have to be where your clients are, prospective clients are, so that they can learn more about you. But the mistake I usually see with businesses is that they try to be everywhere. And that's really, it's not a decision, because most of us, particularly people who are on this call, probably have huge teams. You might not be able to have 3 or 4 people focused only on social media. So you have to find that balance between where your customers are, but also making sure you're not spreading yourself thin. So my advice when people say they don't have a social presence and they're just starting, pick 1 or 2 channels to focus on. It doesn't matter if it's where do they go to get information? Where do they go to make buying decisions? Where do they go to learn about services or other companies? And that's where you should be. For example, we know about something like Facebook. Facebook tends to have an older demographic. So if you have a product or service that's focused on 20-year-olds, that's probably not the place you want to be. Now, it doesn't mean you're not there eventually. If you're just starting out, or you have a smaller budget or a small number of people, find out where those 20-year-olds are more likely to be and then focus on that channel. So with social media, again, it's about impressions that people can learn about you, making that first impression, but it's also about building a relationship. You heard Larry talk about that. You heard Greg talk about that. Being on social media is not just about posting. It's about being social, like the says. It's about building relationships with people who follow you. Hopefully, people will end up doing business with you. So identifying which of those channels, which of those platforms you should be on, identifying what messages you want to share. And again, it comes back to what I was saying, websites, not promotional, not talking about you all the time. What information can you share? What information can you post to inspire people, to motivate people, to teach people, give tips and things like that? That's what social media should be about from a business standpoint. You should be really focused on how you can help other people and then provide the content, whether it could be entertainment, it could be being informative, but provide that content that helps them do something, helps them reach a goal, helps them learn something, etc. And so for social, again, don't feel like you have to be everywhere. Just focus on being where your customers are or potential customers are. And that will be the decision. The last and maybe most important one that I want to talk about is content. Content involves a whole lot of things, but the main takeaway I'd like you to have on content is that as a business owner, you have an opportunity to really find your niche and become an expert at something. You don't actually have to be expert at everything related to your business, but do find that one area, that one thing that you can really, really own, and then you want to create content around that. So for example, let's say your company, let's say you're a hairstylist. Okay, what makes you different than the other beauticians that are in your city or the other beauticians that you manage? Find that specialty. Is it a certain type of client that you focus on, a certain type of hairstyle, a certain location that you focus on, a certain demographic you focus on, and then create content around that. Content could be blogging, it could be video, it could be really anything that's going to help not only educate people who are reading it or viewing it, but make you an expert. People, you probably heard this a lot, but people buy from people they like, and people buy from people they trust. So what you want to do through your content is get people to trust you, and not trust you maybe on a personal side, but trust that the information you're sharing is good, the content that you're providing is accurate, and it's helpful for them to grow their business. You know, at Creative Allies, we are a B2B company, so we're looking to help other businesses get better and grow. You might have a consumer product, so you're marketing directly to a consumer, but just understanding what kind of content is needed for whoever your end customer is to be better, whether it's to have a business that's better, have a life that's better, et cetera, depending on what your product and service are. And so those were the 5 things that I feel like were very important. Again, more tactical things that you can think about while you're looking for some basic marketing that you can do to grow your business. And again, I talked about search, making sure people can find you online. You can either pay to do that, or you can kind of work on some organic things to help you do that. Talk about your website. Don't feel like you have to spend a ton of money to create a website. You can do something simple. Make sure that it just explains to people that you're serious, that you're in your business, and then tell them how you can help them. I talked about kind of your brand, look and feel of what your brand looks like. Talked about social media, where you should be. Again, be where your customers are, but don't feel obligated to be everywhere. And then talk about content, how you use content to really solidify your niche and build yourself up as an expert in that particular niche. Content, lastly, also includes quite a bit, but it includes your personal brand as well as your business brand. As I mentioned, people do business with people they like, people do business with people they trust. When you have a small business, let's say you're just 2-3 people, most people are not going to give you money based on your business reputation. They're going to want to know who leads the company, who runs the company, is that person trustworthy? So your personal brand has a lot to do with the success of your business as well. But then content includes your messaging, your elevator pitch, your sales pitch, really anything like Greg was talking about, any way that you communicate about your brand, about your business, about yourself would fall under content. And so I think that if you can take some time and research and just learn a little bit about each of these 5 things, you'll be able to identify 1 or 2 tactics within each that you can really tackle by yourself for maybe free, but definitely no cost, as a way to get your business a little bit more seen. Make sure when people see or hear about you, you're making a really great first impression, and overall to help you grow your business. Thank you. Hey Jay, how are you? It's good to see you. So I want to just take a few minutes to allow Jay to introduce himself, and then we're going to continue the conversation about marketing and marketing basics. So Jay, if you'll take just a moment and let me know where you're from and a little bit about yourself.
All right. Testing 1 2 1 2.
You hear that, Jay? It's what you got. All right, thanks for that. A little hiccup there. All right. So we're going to meet Jay Hackett, who is out of Asheville. And again, Jay, if you could just take a moment to introduce yourself and let everybody know a little bit about your background and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Jay Hackett up here in Asheville, North Carolina. Hey, how you doing, everybody? So glad to be here, and thank you, Amy, for having me. We're really excited about what's going on just in the ecosystem, in the entrepreneurial world. This is a wonderful time, a wonderful moment for Black folks that are entrepreneurs. I'm Jay Hackett from up here in Asheville, North Carolina, and about a year ago, I started a coffee shop called Grind. It's Asheville's first Black-owned coffee shop, and we've had quite a bit of success this year. But one of the things that I wanted to share with you was just how we did what we did, and then how we came to launching the coffee shop, and then just some of our perspective on entrepreneurship as it relates to marketing. I'm from Philadelphia, and I came to Asheville for college back in 1998. Um, but over the years, there are a few things that helped me in marketing. Now, just to kind of give you a sense of the power of marketing, I had never considered myself a marketer, not really good at sales and all of that. But what I realized that I am good at, I love people. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy learning from people. I enjoy connecting with people. And so I thought of myself becoming a public speaker one day. And there was a book I read called Money Talks. It was a great book, and actually, the book was written by Alan Weiss. And if any of you are interested, you should definitely get that book. I don't even know if it's in print anymore, but knowing Amazon, it doesn't matter if it went out of print 85,000 years ago. You can probably still get it. And I think I did. I probably ordered the used book for $1.99, but the $1.99 book still worked just fine. It still had the words in it. But anyway, Alan Weiss is one of the world's foremost consultants. But he did this. He wrote this book called Money Talks: How to Make $1 Million as a Speaker. And inside that book, he gave some perspective on things that you can do in order to increase your revenue. And I took that. Actually, it was just a page out of that book. I took a page out of that book and started to apply it to some of the things that we've done. We've done it at Grind. I've done it in other platforms. You all, it had in the kind of tagline thingy. I'm the founder of Black Wall Street ABL. We're really grateful. About December of last year, we were awarded a grant from the NC Idea Foundation to launch Black Wall Street ABL. And this goal was to start, grow, and expand 20 Black businesses in Western North Carolina and revitalize Black Wall Street. And what we ended up doing, I think to date, we've enrolled about 58 Black-owned businesses. And together we revenue about $400,000. And so we're really excited about the progress. And we think that we're making the progress not because our coffee is just so wonderful, and not because we're the only coffee shop, and it's not even because we're Black, but it comes a lot because we're engaging with people. And so I wanted to share with you just some of those things that helped us. We are about to reach 10,000 customers. And so we're excited about having reached 10,000 customers. We've gotten a few awards. I think we were ranked the #3 best coffee shop in the state of North Carolina, and a few other awards that we got. We launched Asheville's newest festival called Grind Fest, a celebration of Black business and entrepreneurship. But there are a few key things that we did that I think are really important, and I found them in Alan's book. There are actually 15 things that he talked about in his book that you could do to market, but there are a few things that I wanted to share with you today. One of those is writing. You can write an op-ed in your local newspaper. This is oftentimes it's in the section called Letter to the Editor. If you don't know exactly where to find it, you just Google your newspaper, go to the staff section and look at community or look at editor. Or if you go to your newspaper and you type in op-ed, or you want to see where is the opinion piece at. The op-ed, OP-ED, is opposite the editorial. Oftentimes it's on the second page or in the second section. And this is also where a lot of the movers and shakers in your city are going to read. So the decision makers, the leaders of organization, this is what they're going to read. Also, this is what the news outlets read. This op-ed is the thing that is a bit controversial, is not going along mainstream, but it's an individual point of view. And whatever business you're in, you probably started that business based on some type of life experience. Inside of our cohort, we have one of the businesses is called the Pork Skin Crew. And it's a team of ladies that decided to fry pork skins. I don't think that they thought themselves as experts of frying pork skins in the beginning, but they gave themselves a shot and they started to come up with different flavors, and now they're doing extremely well frying pork skins. Another person in the cohort is a school teacher that came with the skincare line, and now she's offering her products to Airbnbs and local hotels. What we think about in the op-ed is, what is your opinion about a thing that's going on? It is free to write, and it goes out in all of the newspapers. Now, you can either pay for an ad to go in your newspaper, which could be hundreds or thousands of dollars, or you can write an op-ed for free. Which one is it? You can do an ad, and that ad just is one picture, one statement, or you can share a full train of thought. The op-ed is about 700 words. Sometimes they go from like 550 to 700 words, but you want to write whatever your experience is, write whatever your opinion is, and in the tagline, just put that you are the owner of such and such company, put your email there, and you'll find that people will come to you with offers and with ideas, and it'll help increase your business. Another thing that Alan talked about in his book that I do, he offered the suggestion of teaching for free. Whether you teach at your community college as an adjunct instructor, or whether you do a workshop, or whether you accept the speaking engagement for free, whatever it is that you can do to get your story out and talk about your product. Now, truth is, I don't drink coffee, but I'm really glad that that we were able to make the strides that we have made. And it's not because I pretended to like coffee; it's because I share openly. I'm not a coffee drinker, but you can't be a jerk when you're drinking coffee. And so we decided to make coffee our unifier. And even though we're not the best coffee in the world, we're not trying to be the best coffee in the world. What we're trying to do is to bring people together around a good cup of coffee. And you can tell your story in many, many different ways. You can also teach. So when you teach, you want to find, is there a platform for you to share your information? Is a community college open? Is the Chamber of Commerce doing something? Is there a group, a business group, a nonprofit or for-profit group that needs a speaker? If they need a speaker, then make yourself available to speak. And what you'll find is that as you build relationship, people will be more inclined to buy from you. And actually, if you speak to the right groups, then people will buy not one at a time, but they'll buy groups at a time. They'll buy in bulk. They'll book you for larger revenue items. And then the last thing that Alan said, he talked about being involved with your community. So that includes being involved with boards, commissions, community groups. Now, of course, you don't want to overdo it because you got to run your business. But if you align yourself with successful organizations, then what you'll find is that those organizations are already doing something and they're already spending money. The problem is you previously did not know how they spent money. But if you can volunteer for some board that's with your county, with your city, maybe a program, an organization, a nonprofit or for-profit, be part of their organization and find out how they do what they do. And when you do that, you'll see that they're spending money on things that might be able to align with what you're doing. And then if so, then you'll be able to think, if they're spending money on this, then other organizations are spending money on it as well. One of the strategies that I use, I always research my city's strategic plan, my county's strategic plan. And then the state of North Carolina, your city has its own government, your county has its own government, and sometimes those plans are in two different locations. Find out what their plans are, and find out where is the office of procurement, and find out what does it take in order to get involved with that office. So when you think about what their goals are, and then who it is that's approving their spending, and what bids are open for you, then you'll be able to make an offer. You'll be able to make an offer and increase your chance of funding. Now, those are just some quick tidbits that Alan talked about in his book. It also includes online speaking, whether you're speaking for free, Facebook, Instagram Lives. Of course, we have TikTok. You can go on the radio. You can do internet radio. You can make blog posts. You can do stories or reels. You can make memes. Whatever it is that you can do in order to get your message out there. And people will be inclined to be attracted to you, and then to think about what it is that you have to offer. Now, when I was talking to Amy, we had a real good conversation, and we talked about just this idea of how to turn pain into profit. One of the things that I believe is that business comes out of you. Oftentimes you'll find that a person has created a business based upon something that they believe, something that they need, some problem that they're trying to solve. Business comes out of you. And so I use this theme about turning your pain into profit. Whatever it is that has pained you should eventually pay you. Whatever it is that has at any point pained you should at some point pay you. But it's not going to do it automatically. You've got to make sure that it happens. Now, there was a period in my life I started my first successful business. Now, I think I started my first business when I was a kid. My mom was one of the few parents in the community that had gotten a car, and so we could drive to the grocery store. Other people were buying Little Debbie snacks from the corner store for about 25 cents each. I could go to the store, the grocery store, and get a box of them for $1. And so I came back with about 10 of them in a box. And as a kid, I realized, well, I can beat the price of the store and still make a profit. So I charged 20 cents, but the store charged 25. So people rather have bought from me. And because I only paid $1 for the box, and the box had 10 oatmeal cookies in it, then now I had $2 per box. I could go and buy another box, and that's how I stacked up my money. And I was just selling Little Debbie snacks and candy and all kind of stuff out the back window. But that was when I first started in business. But then, just kind of growing up, I created a counseling agency in Richmond, Virginia. And the agency grew. I started when I was 26 years old. And I didn't have any lawyers, any accountants, anything. I was just good at what I did. And I took a chance on myself just starting a business. And it succeeded. And the growth was phenomenal, and the growth was fast. And what happened, I had 150 employees. At 26 years old, we grew it to 150 employees and 500 clients. We're anywhere between 5 million and 7 million a year. And one of my employees filed bad paperwork. As a counseling agency, we would track everything using progress notes. And all of his notes were false. His degree was false. His credentials were false. He was saying that he saw clients that had not seen them. And I thought, wow, this is horrible. But I'm glad the feds caught him. I'm glad the Medicaid folk found out about him. And I cooperated with them, turned over all the documents. I didn't hold anything back. Didn't think anything of it. Like, man, he did wrong, and I can't believe that it happened. And then they fined me, and I had to pay a $300,000 fine. That was in August. I paid the fine. And then I had another meeting with the State Board of Mental Health in October. And in October, they told me, they said, well, Mr. Hackett, we understand that you paid the fine and you didn't know what was going on. And, he did this, that, and the other. They said, but this is going to be turned over to the federal government for criminal charges. And at that point, they let me know that I was being held accountable. I said, but y'all know I didn't know about this. And they said, well, Mr. Hackett, we pay you were paid enough where you should have known about it. And all of a sudden, my world crashed. By then, I was 29 years old, and I was just happy to be in business. I never thought that these types of things could happen, or that I could get in trouble for something that I didn't do. But the bottom line was that I'm the owner of the company, and I'm the one that was paid. And because I paid him, I was guilty of conspiracy, and so I was indicted, and I was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison, and I pay a $1.5 million fine. It was one of the hardest lessons I had to learn as a leader, because in the beginning I said, I'm going to jail for what somebody else did. When I really accepted responsibility, I realized I'm the leader and it's all on me. And a few things I learned was that I needed to have leaned on experts. I should have had better lawyers. I should have had better contracts. I should have had human resource specialists that were free to manage and to protect the company the way that they needed to. I should have had better accountants. I just didn't know. Matter of fact, my lawyer asked me, he said, well, you don't have accountants or nothing. I was like, well, I keep the lights on. I was just so naive. I was good at this, but business is more than your ability. Business is about leaning and depending on the experts that are needed. And so I learned a hard lesson, but I paid a price. Now, ended up happening, I had to learn how to figure out how to start over, and I turned my pain into profit. I designed a program for reentry where people are able to work on the 15 things that will help them reestablish their life after prison. And so I began to partner with reentry centers around the country, and they started to purchase my curriculum and my books. And then one thing led to another, and it started to build. And because I was involved with the city, I found out about the economic disparities that exist, and that gave me ideas about opportunities. What I want you to understand is that opportunities are all around you. You just have to pay attention to them. There is, and in the business world, there's money all around you. People just need a reason to give it to you. And what are you willing to do in order to get it? Are you willing to improve your quality assurance? Are you willing to tell your story? Are you willing to turn your pain into profit? And so I had to be very transparent. I have to be very, very honest and very open with people. And what I found was that people no longer run away from me, but they run towards me. And in the coffee shop, we're able to exceed in business and to create positions, but also we're able to be an example for reentry in the community. And so everything that has ever made me cry, everything that has ever hurt me, I look at it, and it's my job to figure out, how do I turn this pain into profit? So I write about it. I talk about it. I coordinate about it. I volunteer based upon it. I invite people based upon it. When one of the articles that I wrote in the newspaper attracted some attention. We were featured in Forbes magazine, and I got a call from USA Today a couple of weeks ago. A few TV shows have reached out. And then one of the most meaningful connections, because it was in the physical paper, we got a call from one of the state prisons that some of the gentlemen that were in prison found out about Black Wall Street, and they decided to coordinate themselves into a Black Wall Street chapter inside of Craighead Correctional. And so many of these gentlemen have already written books and have designed programs outside of prison. It's fascinating. But they meet once a week, and they wrote me a letter, and I talked to them on Wednesdays. And we talk about business and how things are going. Actually, in our coffee shop, we actually started to sell books that are written by people that are in prison. And so it adds layers to the meaning of what it is to be in business. As Black people, we've had a rough time. Our culture, our people, our race has been under attack in this country since the moment that we got here. And sometimes it's easy to try to avoid and ignore the pain. But it's important that we acknowledge, yes, it hurt me, but now it's got to pay me. And nobody's going to give you the chance. You have to take the chance. The opportunities are all around you. But what are you going to do? You have to take the chance. Take the chance to sell what you need to sell. Take a chance to tell your story. Write about what it is. Talk about what it is. Think about how this thing solves a problem, and then who can you partner with in order to make higher revenue. One of the most recent reports found that for Black folks for Black businesses in the state of North Carolina, the budget for the state of North Carolina, out of the whole budget, less than 0.2% was allocated to Black folks. Well, up here in Asheville, when we look at the disparities between white business owners and Black business owners, the white business makes about $400,000 a year, and the Black business makes only about $40,000 a year. Why is it that Black people make 90% less in business than white people? One of the national reports on Black business in COVID stated that one of the reasons that Black people make less money in business than white folks is not because their products are in any way less valuable. It's simply because they target customers that have a lower ability, have lesser spending ability. And so what we have to think about is, how can we as Black business owners position ourselves in the market so that we compete with our counterparts that have other skin colors. If you're offering an organic lotion, if you're offering some consumable product, or if you're offering some product or service, what is the going rate for that product? What is the going rate for that service in the community? What are white folks charging? And if they're charging that, then why can't you charge it? When we think about packaging and branding, why is it that they're able to afford XYZ? It's because they're charging ABC. And so we have to think about what it is that we do and what is the true value of it. When I looked at the tourism report in our county, we found that that tourism in our county, it is a $2.6 billion industry in our county. but it has an economic impact of $3.3 billion. We found that this is about a 66% impact or economic impact ratio. So what that means is that if your business does $260,000 in revenue, then your business is actually making an economic impact of at least $330,000. So when you tell the story, you don't only want to tell the story about what sales you're bringing into the cash register, you want to talk about the economic impact of those sales. Also, research shows that for every one business that's created, there are 27 jobs created for every business, which means that there's a job created and then there's a job to support the job and vendors to support the job, et cetera, et cetera. And so everything that supports your business is a job, which means that every time you push forward in your company, you're helping the whole economy. You're growing the whole ecosystem. It becomes your responsibility to not only create jobs for the people that you see and they get a paycheck from you, but those people are spending money in the economy as well. And that dollar begins to turn around. Now, when Black people begin to spend money with other Black businesses, then it harkens back to the day after slavery was abolished in this country, when the people who were previously held as slaves, now they're free. And they're free with the same abilities. They're free with the same skills. They're free with the same talents that they had before. But now they're free. They're not only free, but they're free to do business. And what would happen is that that people post-slavery, it was illegal for some people to do business with Black folks, to do business Black folks to white folks. So in Tulsa, Oklahoma, they had oil. In Birmingham, Alabama, they had engineering or iron. In the Raleigh-Durham area, they had technology. The Jackson Ward neighborhood of Richmond, Virginia, that was known as the birthplace of Black capitalism because it was the home base to many Black-owned insurance companies, investment firms, and banks. Ironic it is that Maggie Walker, Madam C.J. Walker, she was not only the first female millionaire, not Black, but first female millionaire, but she was also the owner of the Penny Bank. And I wonder why it would be that they would let everybody know that a Black woman was in hair care, but they didn't let everybody know that the Black woman owned the bank. You know, we'll just leave that right there. It's important that we understand the figures and the figures and the things that Black folks have done. What we've also found out was that in each of these economies, especially in Asheville, Vanderbilt was one of the prominent 5 families in the United States, and the Biltmore House is the largest estate in the country. We know that Black folks built it, and so there are things that are on the front of Asheville's postcard that look very different on the other side of Asheville's postcard. On the front, it looks so pristine and wonderful, but on the back, there's a huge disparity between Black and white folks, whether in business or working jobs in the economy. And what we're doing up here is trying to revitalize Black Wall Street. Some of the cohort members are in the virtual room right now. We're so glad that you've joined. But Asheville happens to be not only one of the largest city in our county and one of the foremost cities in the Western North Carolina region, but it also happens to have the right dots and the right heart to move people forward. And so we're partnering with the city, and the city is partnering with us. The county is partnering with us. The institutions, the anchor institutions, new businesses are partnering with us. And so Asheville is a thriving economy. The chambers of commerce are moving forward to partner. The investment community is partnering, and all you have to do is be willing to tell your story, and the same things would be possible in the city, in the cities and the counties where you are. So we want all of you to come on up to Asheville one day. As a matter of fact, it'd be great for you to come up during the weekend of Juneteenth of 2022. Where we'll have the second annual Grind Fest. It is the celebration of Black business and entrepreneurship. And at Grind Fest, we intend to have investors and partners available. Deals will be able to be closed right then. Of course, there's going to be lots of food and fun and fellowship. All of the vendors are Black. All of the presenters are Black. And we're just glad to be able to do something a little different, and really glad to be part of the family. We met Creative Allies through our partnership with NC Idea Foundation, and we're just really glad to be part of a statewide ecosystem And we just believe that North Carolina should be on the map for more than just barbecue. And of course, we make the best barbecue. North Carolina can also be on the map for Black business and entrepreneurship. So thank y'all so much. I think I'm out of time. Y'all take care and keep in touch, okay? Bye-bye.
For our next segment, we are going to talk more about money. One of the important fundamentals of being a business owner is knowing how to manage your money. We have 3 financial experts here to talk with you today about just that. First, let me share something with you. According to Forbes, a disproportionate number of Black-owned businesses crumbled in 2020, in part because of their weaker cash positions, weaker banking relationships, pre-existing funding gaps, and negative lending decisions for Black firms. Managing your money and being prepared financially for months of slow revenue or no revenue is absolutely critical to keep your business running. To learn more about money management, you'll hear from our speakers today. Chris Wilson from Durham, Joycelyn Prevet out of Wake Forest, and lastly, April Hairston out of Charlotte. First up is going to be Chris, and let me take just a moment to share his background with you. Chris Wilson has worked in corporate America for companies such as Ashland Oil, Bristol Myers Squibb, and GlaxoSmithKline. For our next segment, we are going to talk more about money. One of the important fundamentals of being a business owner is knowing how to manage your money. We have 3 financial experts here to talk with you today about just that. First, let me share something with you. According to Forbes, a disproportionate number of Black-owned businesses crumbled in 2020, in part because of their weaker cash positions, weaker banking relationships, pre-existing funding gaps, and negative lending decisions for Black firms. Managing your money and being prepared financially for months of slow revenue or no revenue is absolutely critical to keep your business running. To learn more about money management, you'll hear from our speakers today. Chris Wilson from Durham, Joycelyn Prevet out of Wake Forest, and lastly, April Hairston out of Charlotte. First up is going to be Chris. Many entrepreneurs don't think they are salespeople.
Hi, I'm excited to be before you today to have the opportunity to talk to you about some key components of money management. Money management encompasses all aspects of the finances of your business. It is important to start with a budget. When you create a budget, it gives you a roadmap to determine what it is that you're trying to do with your business and what the cost would be to actually do so. In creating this budget, you would then compare it to your financial statements along the way to make sure that you're on track. Your financial statements will allow you to see what you're doing with your business on a particular date, where you are standing with your business, as well as to look back and see some of the things that you have done. This will allow you to forecast and to plan and make sure that you're on track. In addition to this component, you also want to have bank accounts that are separate. You want to have a checking account and a savings account, but you also want to make sure that you're not commingling funds and that you don't have any personal activity going through these accounts. This would create more paperwork for you in the long run and will create additional expenses for you as well if you have to have someone separate these things when they're actually handling your books. You also want to look at your debt. That's another key component. Before you sign on to additional debt, again, everything goes back to that budget and those financial statements. You want to look at where you are and where you're going, because you don't want to sign up for additional debt that you're not possibly prepared to handle in the future. Taxes are another key component of money management. Oftentimes, this is an area that is overlooked when we're operating our business. If you are an individual where you have employees as part of your business, then of course you have the employee taxes that you want to pay on a regular basis, but also you want to make sure that you're paying your quarterly taxes. This will help you in your planning process so that when you're looking at monies that's in your account, you won't be basing expenditures on what you see, but you'll have to look at what it is, again, that you're forecasting and looking forward ahead to what you'll actually need to pay. Another thing that I want to say about looking at funds in your account, oftentimes we spend based on what we see in our bank account, and that's not necessarily funds that are readily available. Again, everything goes back to your financial statements and making sure that you're doing great record keeping and bookkeeping. Insurance is also an expense that's often forgotten about in starting up a business. Depending on the type of business that you have, you will have various types of insurance that you will need. One of the biggest ones is liability insurance, but certainly you want to make sure you talk to someone about your insurance to make sure that you have coverage for that. Documentation is really, really key in your money management. You want to document. This will make it easier for you to make sure that you're capturing all of your expenditures, that they're running properly through your books. In addition to, in building some consistency in doing so, it will become easier and easier. This habit will also help you if you find yourself in an audit situation where you have to show justification of your expenditures. So again, consistency, documentation, and justification are also key components of money management. Another component would be retirement. Don't forget about you. You always have to consider yourself and making sure, again, that you're planning ahead for the future, not just looking at where you currently are. I also wanted to talk about revenue sum. In this money management piece, it is important for you to make sure that you are always watching your revenue, again, forecasting, because you have to plan for things. For example, there are some unforeseen things, just like the pandemic, happening during these times. And you have to look at, where's most of my revenue coming from and how much time am I spending on creating this revenue? One key thing you want to remember is all money is not good money. So you do have to look at, will I have to decline some opportunities because it will take up too much of my time for the amount of revenue that I'm bringing in. So looking at work hours and man hours that a job takes is very, very important. My name is Joycelyn Privat, CPA. If you would like to learn more about some of these things, I would love to have the opportunity to speak with you. I can be reached at 919-454-8198, or you can email me at jprivatcpa@yahoo.com. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak with you briefly today, and I'm wishing you much success in your business and your future endeavors. And now I have the opportunity of presenting our next speaker. Her name is April Hairston. April is an accomplished, award-winning life insurance, retirement, and safe money wealth advisor with over 17 years of service within the affluent financial service industries. April is the CEO of the McCants Agency, powered by Equius Financial, which provides.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be a part of this summit today. Thank you so much to Amy Thomas and the Creative Allies for this opportunity to speak with small business owners. Amy, I'm so excited that you started off our conference summit with the word of collaboration. I am April McCants Hairston, the CEO of the McCants Agency, and our goal is to collaborate with small business owners to help them take their business to the next level. And one of the ways we do that is by helping them with retirement planning. A lot of times, small business owners are so focused on the day-to-day grind that they don't think about later on their retirement strategy and making sure they have that contingency plan as well as their exit strategy in place. And that's where we at the McCants Agency are here to assist you with making sure you're taking the steps to have the retirement that you desire. When you're thinking about retirement, you want to think about how are you planning today for the lifestyle that you want tomorrow. Today is imperative to take action. When we think about retirement, it can seem so far away, but what's essential is to take action now to make sure that you will be in the situation that you desire and not having to depend on the Walmart greeter as your retirement plan. So let's talk about ways that you can plan for retirement today. When you're thinking about retirement, there's 3 buckets that normally are going to have your retirement strategy in place. One of those buckets is the tax now bucket, and that is going to consist of normally your things that are already been taxed. So that's the money that's already in your checking account, already in your savings account, that's stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. And then you have the second bucket. The second bucket is your tax later. Tax later is your 401k, your IRA, your SEPs. It's also going to be your 403b, and also annuities and pension. So those tax laters are the ones that a lot of people are currently investing in. And so they're putting all of their money into the tax later bucket, but we're going to talk about why that's not such a great idea. If you go to usdebtclock.org, you will see that our U.S. deficit is growing at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, right now, we are at $28 trillion in debt. And actually, in January, we started out at $23 trillion. So just in a short amount of time, we've accumulated over $5 trillion in debt in the U.S. However, Uncle Sam is saying, don't worry about how we're going to pay for it because he already has a plan. If you go to that same website, right beside that debt clock, is saying that each taxpayer is going to be paying about $228,322 each to help pay down that tax debt. So when you think about all the money that has been dumped into our economy during COVID-19 and our government's attempt to keep us from going into a recession, you have to think about the fact that at some point, the buck has to stop. At some point, someone has to pay back this debt. And so when you think about that, what do you think is going to happen with our taxes? Do you think they're going to go up or do you think they're going to go down? Logically, they must go up. And so if you're putting all of your money in that tax later bucket, what that means is when you're finally ready to retire and you're finally ready to stop working, and you're ready to start accessing that tax later money, the taxes are going to be a lot higher at that point. So what you may have expected to last you for your lifetime may now only last you for 3 to 6 years. And so there's where that fear comes in of outliving your money. If you outlive your money, that's where that Walmart Greeter plan comes into place, where you have to go back into the workforce because you realize you don't have enough money to support your lifestyle. And so that's why it's so important to meet with a financial specialist such as myself that deals with safe money wealth advisement. And what we're going to do is to help you to put your money into a tax-free bucket. Doesn't that sound a lot better? No taxes on your money that you've worked so hard for. There are certain things that we can do to put your money in a place that is safe from the risk of the market, where you get the gains of the market, but do not participate in the losses. We have products that have floors that allow you to have the ability to have your principal safe and have that peace of mind of knowing that your retirement is going to be secure. You want to make sure when you're planning for your retirement that you are also having that key man insurance in place for your small business. If you have yourself and another key partner that's working with you, you want to make sure you both are covered. So if anything happens in the event of a major heart attack, stroke, or cancer, the business can survive. In many cases, the small business owner is the heartbeat of the business. And so if that small business owner unfortunately has to be out of work because of an illness or a sickness or a disability, a lot of times that small business cannot sustain that loss. And so you want to make sure that you have coverage in place that can help you sustain that recovery period, or God forbid, if you pass away, that the business can succeed and that your family can also be taken care of in that process. And that's where Key Man Insurance is essential. Key Man Insurance can also have a tie-in to your retirement planning, and so they're working in tangent with each other. You want to also think about your exit strategy, making sure that you have plans in place to make sure that when you are ready to transition, your workforce is prepared and also that your successor is prepared. And we at the McCants Agency are here to help you step by step, not only have that foundation of a strong foundation for your business, but also make sure you have asset protection in place to make sure that your business and the assets of your business are protected. Make sure that your staff and your employees are also protected as well. We want to make sure that you are empowered with the knowledge so that you can make educated decisions and also have your business set up for success. As so many of our speakers today spoke about the importance of being proactive and not reactive. So you always want to plan ahead for what is maybe on the horizon. So we encourage you to take a step to think about, what does your retirement look like? Do you want to still work in retirement? Do you want to completely retire? And then we want to have a customized plan to make sure that we have a retirement that by design that's specifically for your wants and desires. When you're thinking about your investments in your financial future, you want to ask yourself 4 questions to see if you're on the right track. What rate of return do you have to earn on your savings and investment dollars to be able to retire at the current standard of living and have your money last through your life expectancy? Number 2, how much do you need to save on a monthly basis to be able to retire at your current standard of living and your money lasts till your life expectancy? And then number 3, doing what you are currently doing, how long will you have to work to be able to retire and live your current lifestyle till life expectancy? And last but not least, if you do not do anything different than you are doing today, how much will you have to reduce your standard of living at retirement for your money to last through your life expectancy? If you cannot answer one or all of these questions, we encourage you to give us a call so we can help you on that roadmap to the retirement of your design. We can be reached at 704-440-LIFE. Again, that's 704-440-LIFE, 5433. Thank you again to the Creative Allies and Amy Thompson for the opportunity to speak in the summit today. We are here and we have a passion for helping small businesses succeed and have the business plan that they desire. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Third time's the charm, maybe? Nothing? Nothing. I see it over here. All right, we're gonna try one more time. You working?
Audio is off. Basically, switch to the camera. Yeah.
Diehard.